That's what I've been doing. I've been saying it for years. People in this country are masochists.
Do you think it's a large part of it is the immigrants voting
Probably.
liberal?
Probably. I don't have a reason not to agree with that.
Did your sister vote liberal or whatever?
I didn't ask, but probably. So this one says 22 to 10, but I'm not actually sure which one's correct. Each fucking station's gonna have different shit. Like, what the fuck is this guy on the right, dude?
Yeah, what the hell?
What the fuck is
Liam
that,
Ryan.
dude? Fucking
At
limp
that
wrist.
point, yeah, man, like you need fucking TRT.
Shave your head, go to the gym, and stop waving your
Yeah.
wrists around like you have fucking spaghetti arms. Maybe put a fucking wolf in a pen and make him fight it. Dude, why is NDP even a party, dude? They shouldn't even be a party. I don't understand it.
On the poly market right now, and will the Conservatives win the Canadian election by what is that one? 3% to 6%.
Just Jalen Hurts, by the way, right here.
So apparently, right now, the betting odds for Carney is 79%.
Uh-oh. That's not good.
Oh my god.
What about that Pierre guy? Like 22? Holy fuck, that's bad. Bro, I thought he was gonna be our next prime minister. It's not. I guess
Dude, where do
people
we live?
want
We live
what
with a bunch of fucking retards. Like, I'm not even like, oh, they vote for the wrong person. No, they're just a retard. That's it.
oh, time to pack the bags.
Yeah, becoming illegal in the U.S. Hopefully, I get put in one of their prisons. Probably fucking be better than here soon.
And currently go.
All right, I can actually play
more
fucking
conservative.
standard and ranked now. Dude,
Oh
It
shit!
always
holy
does.
fuck.
I'm about
That
halfway
took
through my
forever.
Is this like
Yeah, no,
conservative
it's
minority versus
oh
conservative
my
majority?
fucking
At
god.
least
All right,
based
so
on the
let's
betting
see
markets,
where
conservative majority is now
okay, I
up to
guess
7%. It's
my
like 5%.
positive didn't go up,
Conservative
so it's still
minority is
179,
at
but
14%.
my
You have to like
negative
decide
went to
which one you want
99,
to
so I'm guessing,
bet
I
on.
don't know, for future reference, it
The
has to get below a
the
fucking 100.
minority is encompassed in the majority, so you wouldn't
Jesus fucking
have to.
Christ, man.
It's
And that
you get your
disruptive, so
inclusion there. If it's a majority, it includes the minority. You're at 13 cents on the dollar, and then it's a liberal minority, which is the alternative.
Okay, so I know that the prairie provinces are more conservative, and I don't know if they've been counted yet because there it's like 6:30 right now, so the polls haven't even closed. So there's Alberta, which is probably going to be really blue. I'm sure the other two prairie. I don't know if Manitoba's conservative at all. I think they're actually pretty communist in some spots. I don't know if that's just cities, but Saskatchewan, I don't know too much about Saskatchewan.
37 cents, up 15 cents now.
Yeah, it's really tough to. I really don't like to try and predict an election result off the betting markets because
No,
this is just what people think the result's going to be. That doesn't. I don't think that means anything.
No,
Yeah,
but the only question is,
And the betting market
the betting market.
isn't do or die. So I think the first time Trump won, he was down in the odds, and then he swept. Yeah, people, people in the chat on that guy that I watch, that I used to play Titanfall with. People in the chat are saying "Rip Canada." It's too bad. Like in a way, I almost want things to get like if he wins, I want things to get so much worse to where people like actually feel like, oh, which they'll never be like, oh, this is why it's happening, because they're actually stupid.
Close to goes strongly conservative, then you could, in theory, see a conservative majority, depending on what happens in Quebec. Now, if the Conservatives do not get any seats in Quebec, then their majority hopes are pretty much shot, I think. It depends. So it depends on Ontario and Quebec. We'll have to see. It's now 1 minute past closing time for the polls, so now the results are really going to start to come in. And, of course, my Elections Canada feed just crapped out.
well, maybe we're going to have to bring it back.
We've got a comment that says voter turnout was reportedly strong. So
That's a good sign.
Favor the Conservatives, I think.
Yeah.
Is that it? Well, that's a good sign. How good of a sign is it? Because some people say it's a good sign for the Liberals.
The Liberals and the Conservatives, especially, have very strong get-out-the-vote movements. I've been involved with the Conservatives, the Reform Party, the Canadian Alliance on the get-out-the-vote. They know what they're doing there. And it's just a matter of how strongly and how well they can get their vote out.
So his percentage is going down, but that doesn't necessarily mean something either way.
And you know, people are going to be pushing the get out the vote because
Carney
the Liberals are saying, hey, we don't want to lose this thing. And the Conservatives are saying, remember, if you don't vote, Mark Carney just might win. Which is what I actually put in X today as a public post, reminding everybody, reminding the Liberals to stay home and reminding the Conservatives to get out and vote. Because if you don't vote, Mark Carney might win.
I'm reluctant to even make those.
That's it. I mean, if for every one vote that you get out, if you can convince one vote on the other side to stay home.
Yeah, voter suppression is not the way to do it, but.
Well, understanding that Mark CBDC Carney is a central banker and is a banker, is not just a retail banker. He's a central banker. They are literally the cancer of the earth. They have been holding us back from extreme prosperity and abundance through manipulation, through sucking the wealth out of nations and giving it to their friends.
Yeah, did you hear what that guy just said?
No.
So Mark Carney isn't just a banker, like a normal banker. He's a central banker.
Uh-oh. So,
Yeah.
what's that guy's name? Larry Fink or whatever?
Yeah, WF. They're all WF guys, yeah. Well, central bank meaning like it's tied directly to the government. They can manipulate the currency. They can do a bunch of bullshit with it.
Seeing the results starting to pour in now.
Basically, China's central bank controls the currency, not the actual market. So that like China can just control the currency all the time.
They're up to 14 to 25 to 4.
Out of which province? What are we at now? We're in.
We're now starting to see Quebec and Ontario and Manitoba and Saskatchewan and Alberta coming in. It's really gonna come in fast now.
Oh, and I gotta drop for a couple minutes too.
Go for it. Get out of here. Don't worry.
I'll come back.
We'll be here. Nobody's going anywhere.
What I can say is,
Anything
Pierre
Rebel
was,
crew?
Who said what now?
what was
Who are
that?
these people that are
message to
showing on the
send over
screen
the
here? Are
boys
they
at
just
Rebel?
like
Oh, you're going over to
what are they
Rebel?
called?
Say hi.
Provincial elected people or whatever?
Provincial, municipal, I think even councillor maybe. So, I don't. Now, some of them are going to be like the house seats. Some of them are going to be for, I think, councillors. They're not doing mayors because we already did that. And they're not doing premiers because I don't know when that is. Alright, I'll get on. What would you rather have to live through, a tornado or a hurricane? If you had to choose.
Category 5, like hurricane or some shit.
Worst on both sides.
Probably say a hurricane, to be honest, because if a fucking tornado comes to my house, it's gonna be done.
Well,
I'm probably gonna get thrown in the air.
I think any house except for like an actual like bunker. I don't think it's just your house.
I don't know. Tornadoes to me are scarier.
Yeah.
They just like visually, they just look terrifying to me. A hurricane, it's like when I think of hurricane, I just think like a really intense like rainstorm
Yeah, like a
with
really
high
intense
winds.
thunderstorm.
Yeah.
Kind of thing. Yeah. I remember watching Twister, and that's genuinely a scary movie to me. Like, I'm not that scared at horror movies, but that's a scary movie to me. Especially if it's at night and you can't see the tornado because it's the same color as the sky.
Yeah.
The only time you can see it is if there's a flash of lightning. Which then it's probably close enough to you that you're fucked.
Don't start a match right away. I just want to fucking look at some stuff.
Yeah, I'm gonna go wash my hands.
hi to Ezra for me.
Say hi to Ezra for all of us, and say hi to Uncle. Let me just see what's going on with this, and
So it's not looking good.
Bunch
At this
of new
point.
numbers are coming in.
so let's
26 and 9.
let's bring back the back screen. Who's going to do this? Encryptus, are you doing this?
Yeah, you have to share it. You have to bring it back in.
I have to share. What the hell, sir? Oh, I just saw Okay, this is looking very good. I think Bloc Québécois. Okay, thus far has gotten 8 seats.
Oh, we got our first NDP on the board.
Can you believe that the Bloc Québécois, a federal party dedicated to the separation of Quebec from the Federation, has now got a third, thus far, of the East, of the votes of the Conservative? That always flabbergasts me.
Yep. What the?
Conservative minority. So conservative majority.
You have to. Yeah. Oh, you're looking at the poly market again.
Yeah, I'm just looking. I'm just saying, like, in terms of the conservative majority, still is at 6 cents. So it doesn't look
Yeah,
like
it's. I don't think anyone's getting a majority tonight. I think basically Canada's going to accomplish the same thing that they accomplished in 2021, which is nothing.
that makes Canadians dumb. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
you can start.
That makes the
Oh,
Canadians who continue to vote for these effing scoundrels unintelligent, political amnesiacs, or
Well,
I'm gonna go. It's not yet an official sponsor, but we've got paleo sticks. I'm gonna have a paleo stick. That's
Paleo
what makes
sticks.
it. Oh god. Teeth are not tools.
Well, I guess it makes sense, right? Girls, they like to go back to the same guy that treats them like shit. They like to vote for the same person who treats them like shit. Makes sense, right?
yeah, I guess so, dude. I guess a fucking war is gonna have to break out. They're gonna have to get fucking, I don't know, raped by a fucking immigrant or some shit.
Ontario goes into.
Well, we're seeing all of those provinces coming in together now
Okay, so one,
because this
I
is where
guess
we're going to get the
once
ball. BC
Ontario
is going to
comes-
close in.
It starts.
Let's see. When do the next
go
when do the
closer
next
to
polls
its
close?
high.
I think
They're gonna close
BC.
in 2 hours.
Is it 2 hours? Or is it 1 hour?
I don't know.
Time to look that up.
While you have a mouthful of meat, I
need to
believe
locate
there
a
is a
bomb.
rumble evidently.
So while David chews on his food, Brave AI is telling me that BC hours are from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. local time. So that's going to be
So what, that guy's gone only has 25
located a
rounds.
bomb.
Check. Yeah. Plus the one in the chamber or whatever.
I hate that they do that. I feel like it's not even a real
10
fucking
seconds before
magazine
insertion.
size for a gun like that.
Insertion in 5 seconds.
Like they did that to
You found a
Jaeger,
bomb.
Ash,
Make your way to its location and defuse it.
another one. I can't remember. One guy's in construction, probably. Yeah, one guy's in the room over there.
Yeah, he's right by the window.
literally 1 HP, man. Like, that's so annoying,
8 p.m. That's 20 minutes from now, roughly. So BC will start coming in.
Diffuser is active, protected at all costs. Op 4
I got
eliminated.
I'm
two
not going to
assists.
choke live on TV. Although I did get something stuck in the back of my throat. All right, hold on a second here. Let's do this.
Yeah.
J Zambonga 78 says, sending my best energy to Canada. Chet Chisholm, who is a longtime member of our community, my mole up in Canada. This quote, I feel, sums up Canadian politics.
It's a YouTube link.
Yeah, let me just go get that one afterwards. Chet, I hope you're doing well. 101 Play Wow says, first time watching, few questions. Does Canada allow ballot harvesting? No, I mean, the ballot harvesting in Canada would have to consist of destroying ballots and recreating new ballots. And at that point, you're talking about
to
total
locate a bomb.
lawlessness.
I'm not
Canada-
even sure what ballot harvesting means.
So
It means-
what they're talking about is a group gathering of ballots. Where
No, they
people look at
that.
old folks' homes, the things that it's illegal in many states here.
Drone
that
has located a bomb.
tap in.
Yeah, that's not allowed here. If you need to vote any other way than at an advance poll or at the voting station on polling day, then you have to go down to the Elections Canada office anywhere in the country and vote by what's called special ballot. And they give you a little
10 seconds
box
to
to
go.
write the name of the person you're voting in. Of course, they have to do the research as to who's
Insertion in 5
who's running
seconds.
in that particular.
You've located a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it.
Man,
Friendly, last
Dude,
operator
what a-
standing. The diffuser is no longer
in
in
your
possession.
home
We have
constituency,
been eliminated.
and you write that person's name in, and you put it into
Like, I
in
just
an envelope, and then
walks
you
off a
sign it, and then you put it in another
He can literally
envelope,
throw a fucking C4 at me while I'm shooting him, and he still doesn't die.
or you put it in your ballot envelope. Then you put it in another envelope, and you sign the outside of that second envelope, and it's called a special ballot, and that's the only other way that you can vote. And I know this because I did that one in 2019.
It is, excuse me, it's not to be like protective of the Canadian system. It's just better. The federal level is just better than the American system. There's no machines, there's no vote flipping on the machines, and there's paper trails, 2 pieces of ID, double crossing off. If it's going to be fortification, it's literally going to be destroying the ballots and then replacing them with something, which
We need to
is
locate
not
a
going to
bomb.
happen. So
Yeah. And
that's
once the ballot goes into the ballot box, that's it. You're done.
okay. And then we got, did Trump have a positive or negative impact on the election? How long do you think the results will take? We'll know. I think we'll know by tomorrow. The negative impact or the positive impact of Trump, that's the wrong question. It was Trump acted. Did the response have a negative or positive
Drone has
impact?
located a bomb.
Because Trump can do something, and depending on how you respond to it, the impact will be different. So I've been saying from the beginning, I believe Pierre screwed up Trump's involvement. Trump got himself involved by making statements. He's the president, he's going to. And I
He's
believe
a
that
loose cannon.
5 seconds to insertion.
Steve and I will disagree.
You've located a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it.
got one in construction. It's a dock. Down there.
Deploying Claymore.
4 last operator standing. Op 4 eliminated. Friendly mission successful.
We agree. He's a loose cannon. I like
Yes.
that loose cannon.
I didn't say I didn't
know-
like it.
I know. I should not. That was not. I believe that loose cannon could have had a very positive impact for the Conservatives, but I believe that Pierre fumbled that ball.
And I
Whether or not
don't.
it was ever possible for the
I
Conservatives to
think he
get a
did.
majority.
I think he did the best he could with a bad situation.
In Cryptus, Christopher Freeland was a journalist for the Washington Post. I believe that is true. I'm going to fact check that on Griffon. Griffon. Croissant. Okay. And we got I'm fairly certain she was a journalist for the oh, there we go. Do we put this on? Is this my computer?
Secure the area.
That's
Keep the bombs
encrypted.
protected.
It's mine.
You want to put the
You
audio
pay for
on?
YouTube Premium, even?
Are you crazy? I'm not giving any more. of my
Exactly.
Dude, how do you know it's? Oh, it says
It
on
says
the side.
premium.
Oh, shit, that was wondering. I was like, why does he get the premium? I got courtesy CTV News. No, I'm not giving YouTube any of my money. Encryption's happening. Okay, this is looking very good. That it will be a big fat no to a liberal majority. That seems pretty much in the bag.
Yeah, they're a bit low on the liberal
Be ready for assault.
Norman.
10 seconds.
because it's I'm on the I got the Globe and Mail site up and
5 seconds left.
they're saying the liberals are sitting at 53. And the block's at 11 right
Located by
now.
op.
Can you? Okay.
Fuck, I fell down that damn hatch.
Yeah, I just opened them so we can rotate because I'm not setting this up.
Setting up a
I just
diversion.
Oh shit, they're in.
He hasn't jumped down yet, but it's open.
Be watching that door.
He drowned already, so they know someone's here.
Oh. Yeah. Drones are in there. They're
Setting up a diversion. Kiba deployed. Deploying the bait.
side there. Damn. Oh,
Fucking faggot, bro.
sucks, dude.
One friendly operator remaining.
So it's not determinant of the ass shellacking that the NDP is going to get,
I love how he doesn't hit a
but it's
single
looking bad for the NDP.
Oh, they're
Mother effer.
down to two, they're at 1.
That fuck. Oh, that fudging guy.
Bomb
And that
diffuser
is
in place.
actually well,
Nice. What guy doing? What the fuck was that play, man?
oh, they're at
Mother-
tonight to have been reelected. as the Member of Parliament
yeah,
for Beausejour.
Can't stand him either. He's an attack
Mr.
dog.
Carney, if he becomes Prime Minister at the end of the evening, I'm confident he will be. We'll decide who he wants to serve with him. I'm just happy to be re-elected tonight in my riding.
Yeah, okay, now we can
And
mute
just
it.
today,
This
Trump
is
tweeted that
the
Canada would be
jackass.
better off.
This is the jackass who promised to steal your guns and give them to you.
Oh.
Like
He's
literally.
not getting mine. And I know that you didn't read my comment, and I know why you didn't read it, and I am not going to go any
Secure
further
the
than say
bombs.
that they just not getting mine.
Boating. It's the infamous boating accident.
I guess it'd be fine. To
Holy. Mr. Illuminati says Romans 13:1, the ESV. Yes,
English Standard Version.
English Standard Version. For there is no authority except from God, and those
Op
that
4 has
resist have
located
been
a bomb.
instituted by God. I like it. Massive educational change, which will probably come only after massive revival awakening. That is what is needed, and then change in structure. So, Encryptus, do I hear you?
You got a couple more super chats in.
5 seconds.
The last one you read was from Boise English.
Op 4 has located a bomb.
Okay.
Playing my trump card. Just going to drone this.
Right there at the bottom.
Loading new mic.
말보다는 행동이지.
But how the fuck is he not dead, dude? I fucking shot him. I'm shooting at him. And then I get smoked, and apparently my bullets aren't hitting anyone. He's going to the door. He's going to the... Oh, shit, yo, plug.
I baited him, dude.
Well, what you actually did that was good there too is throwing that made mask the sound of your footsteps.
Yeah. Pretty lit.
Bro doesn't know OBS. I'm supposed to read this from
Yet, folks. So we don't want a final judgment on the election until we know. Like I keep saying this, don't count your votes and before the polls have closed. Now the polls have closed, the votes are being counted, but there is 343 seats up for grabs, and anything can happen. Still, nobody is going to know until that last
Secure the
vote
area.
is
Keep the
canceled,
bombs
or at least
protected.
until it gets.
Bro, how the fuck do you
called
defend this
one
site?
way or the other. It could be a fairly long night. So
Well, what just happened that the Kalshi markets now have rebounded to liberal majority is now at 65. No, it's up from where it was down at. It was at. It went
There are
down
any hatches
to
above?
40%. Now it's back up to 65. So what results just came in that are?
Well, it's just
The
Ontario.
highest that Arnie has been in the same question. 90,
10
at
seconds
90%
left.
as Prime Minister.
Well, yeah, he's going to be Prime Minister after the election, regardless. Even if he loses tonight, he'll still be Prime Minister. As long as-
Get ready to engage.
Liberal majority is back to 63%.
Because people are looking at the trends and they're thinking it's going to continue.
You're going to be okay.
Yeah, that's interesting. All right, well, let's
Get that guy off my screen.
You, well,
Hey.
you're
Wait, why do you do that?
Because I shot him. I got 3 people red. Yo, let's fucking go,
Let me
dude.
see if I want to bring it up. So we
Yeah,
got
that's
Hindu
sick.
Viva. We've got no,
Oh,
I got
man, that's
the I got
fucking
the
fun,
Sikh
man.
Viva. Oh, now we got Freeland Viva. This is Viva Frei. Viva Freiland. Und ja, wir bringen uns. Oh,
Dude.
Fraulein.
Fucking
dude,
stop,
if
man.
I'm still, I'm doing it better than Dylan Mulvaney. Although my hands.
One friendly
Okay.
operator
I like how they
remaining.
get so fucking lucky with those
hold on
headshots,
now.
man. Like,
89 to
failed.
64.
All friendlies were
says
eliminated.
Stephen Goldstein.
94, 67, 13. And
94, 67, 13, which is going to be the more accurate. Yeah, so, and now we're into Ontario, so that's interesting because it's not going to keep up. See, let me see here. Canada is fucked. I get to say that because I'm reading a chat. It says FIM66. Yeah. Well,
It's not like your kids don't know the words already.
Oh, no, they've heard me say it more than once. Psalm 33:10, English Standard Version, English Short Version. The Lord bring the counsel of the nations to nothing. What does that mean? The Lord brings the counsel of the nations to nothing.
No, the Lord is the boss. So that's kind of
Yeah, no, it is
kind of out of-
interesting to see. You presume people are going to be seeing like the bump from Quebec, Ontario, and then presume it's
Yeah.
going to carry on. So, Stephen,
Secure the area.
I had
The
on
bomb's protected.
Raman, who's been doing some decent journalism out of British Columbia. BC went 44% conservative in the last provincial election, which doesn't make sense to me because that means to me that the conservatives in British Columbia are not conservatives. Do you have any understanding of that?
Op 4 has located a bomb.
BC
Plan
is
your
an interesting place. It's called we call it the left coast for a reason. BC, it's there was never like there's for the longest time there was no conservative party in BC.
down to 10 seconds.
In fact, like Gordon Campbell, who
5 seconds. Op 4 has located a bomb.
All reinforcements are going up! Swapping mags!
I turn the corner and all I see is your body like in midair. So. You're not scared you're gonna get demoted or whatever?
I haven't done anything. It's them killing me. They're the ones that are red.
Glowing night.
got censored DUI in Hawaii, actually, I think, was the Liberal Premier of BC, and he was pretty much the most conservative
Op 4
of
has
the
placed a
candidates.
diffuser near
BC
a
is
bomb.
very,
Destroy
very
it.
green
One
left.
friendly operator remaining.
I think they've got a Green Party government in BC right now, if I'm not mistaken. I could be, but it's either NDP or Green, and they tend to go Green or Liberal or NDP. There's a new Conservative Party starting out in BC, which
Mission
but
failed.
it's
All
like
friendlies
federally and provincially they also tend to split a little bit too.
But my question was like, what does conservative
that?
mean out of British Columbia? Because if when I was interviewing the Remanded and they were talking about how they were not challenging the elections, the outcome of the election, which took like over a month to count using Dominion voting machines, all sorts of irregularities, and I was like, oh, how did they go from 0 conservative seats in 2021 or whatever it was to 44, which is almost 50%, and they're not fighting tooth and nail for power? And then I said maybe they're not. True
Oh, that's
conservatives
fun, dude.
in any meaningful
It's-
sense.
Now, are they? Is it actually a conservative party that these guys are, or are these guys like the Liberal Party of BC?
I don't know. That was
Yeah.
my question in it. By the way, here Encryptus. I'm going to give you this. No, I can do this.
Can you switch the screen back?
Yeah, but go Encryptus. I'm going to give you this because I want to bring up Beats have gone to the conservatives. That's the liberals. Sorry, that's a big problem.
Well, there's going to be some overlap in some of the writings anyway.
Okay, well, let's see here. Oh, I love when they touch their freaking screens like CNN. Like, look at this guy.
He thinks he's cool.
I have Pleb stream up. He's literally showing a camera, showing a TV screen of the global news feed.
Okay, so fine. So that's fine. So we'll
I'll
stick
keep
with
an eye on it in case something comes up.
the most high.
Dude, what the fuck? There's a chick that won. She's an NDP. Her name is Catherine Swampy.
Swampy.
Yeah.
Amazing, dude.
Rules the kingdom of men,
She's
Daniel
won by
4:17. A lot of biblical
63%
verses here.
on
Hoping your
the
Trump
floor.
guy wins, Eric G 104. Yeah, the only problem is he's not really a Trump guy, but
The markets have changed. It's showing liberal majority is on the
Locate a bomb.
rise.
Oh, yeah.
Carney is-
yeah, the Carney being PM, that's it's just if it's a conservative, if it's a liberal majority, that's the end of Canada.
Well, it's the end of Canada. Canada's done. Like, Canada would be dead to me.
Liberal majority is up. Was it 8 points in the last half hour?
Yeah, but they were down to 39%. They were down to like, and but it is true. They're fat. People are reacting to the numbers coming out of Quebec and Ontario.
Yeah, so we're basically just facing our team from last game.
Oh yeah, done.
5 seconds before insertion.
Watch, they're gonna play amazing now.
You've located a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it.
Oh, we got flash over here. Flash over here. Coming out the door.
Just leave her there. She's gonna waste her time. Just don't let her shoot you in the back when you walk away.
Got her.
One op 4 remaining.
Bunch of retards. See anyone?
Shooting. Drag it up.
Op 4 eliminated.
You see this guy here? This guy got my attention. Solid cap. Holy shit, are you guys paying attention to what the state media is doing? They call incumbents leading with no votes counted.
I love how the guy tried to spawn peek you, and then I kill him. That was, did he even hit you?
He hit me like a couple times. Sucks.
I guess that depends on the ridings and whether or not they just like westbound NDG. They don't need to wait to count them. They just know the liberal shithead won. Like westbound NDG. They don't need to wait to count them. They just know the liberal shithead won. Shoothead, pooper face, urine.
Yeah, well, the thing is, it's like if it's a strong, safe liberal seat, then they're going to
Use
call
your
it,
drone to locate a bomb.
with no votes counted. That said, they tend to say leading or elected, which means
Drone has
which doesn't mean
located a
very
bomb.
much. It means that the person is in the lead in the count in the tally of the votes as they're moving forward. So there's no real. It doesn't really mean much. So they're not because if there's no votes counted, it does not count as either leading or elected. It still says ridings to report. So, for example, on the screen there, CTV, or Global rather, is saying that there's 440 ridings to report.
10
That's going to
seconds
be
before insertion.
all the liberal incumbents, all the conservative incumbents who are running
5
for
seconds to
re-election.
insertion.
But they
Proceed to bomb's location and defuse it.
Drone ready.
Fuck, are they already there?
Get out!
That dude who can jump up hatches is off site. Like past the bowl or whatever.
Swapping next. Loading thunder. Move out! Changing max. Loading shell. Starting concussion.
Drop the diffuser. Down to one friendly.
They just haven't reported any results yet.
Got a super chat from CommieTube that says, Viva, my Canadian parents in Florida registered to vote before the cutoff, but got no ballot in the mail. What gives? I can attest to the delays of a snap election in terms
Nice.
of triggering foreigners abroad to vote and how short those delays were. Cannot confirm as to what gives, Vane. But what if it's a riding in which it might come down to one vote? I mean, they get angry, but it was I'm telling you, the diabolical nature of having called such a quick snap election was diabolical, like meticulously diabolical in every single respect.
I saw it coming.
Yeah, you see it coming. You know, I'm an idiot. I thought Carney would hold on to power for as long as he could, drag it out into September.
You know what
and
the
then try
polling
to pass, pass whatever.
He wouldn't have been able to.
Most political
Right now
observers,
it's
and probably
129
myself
to
included, would have
88.
thought you were crazy. Polls were showing at that point in time,
Folks.
just before Justin Trudeau quit as prime minister,
Huh?
that the Liberals could end up being the
Liberals
fourth party
are we?
behind the Bloc Québécois, behind the
I don't know,
NDP,
like,
and the Conservatives
I
would
don't
have
know what
had a
else-
super majority at that point in time. But Mark Carney has been able to orchestrate a major comeback. The Conservatives unable to adapt their campaign to deal with Mr. Carney's new approach to things relative to Justin Trudeau. I know yet to be seen if the Liberals were able to get that strong mandate and
Drone
majority
has
that Mr.
located a
Carney's
bomb.
All right, Mackenzie Gray. Thank you. We should point out
I don't agree.
172 is what the Liberals need.
Like, obviously, we're going to see as the numbers come
10
in,
seconds to go.
but I do not agree that it's not possible. It depends on which
5
ridings
seconds.
are still.
You've located a bomb.
I
Make your way
always
to
tell
its
people on
location and
YouTube,
defuse it.
like in the comments, like, dude, just because you see a lot of people on you know, YouTube and news
Drone
section
activated.
comments saying how dumb the liberals are and shit like that, it's like, that doesn't mean people are gonna not vote for them.
Swapping back.
Oh, watch out. Damn.
Serious drywall work coming up.
Nice. Fucking time they're wasting, dude.
Oh.
Changing mag.
Oh my god. What is wrong with this guy, dude?
Special charge.
Cam
Stay
team
clear.
killing.
Op 4 last stop standing.
Breach charge ready.
Spheres. Take cover.
Down to one friendly. You have dropped the diffuser. All friendlies have been eliminated.
Damn.
What a fucking retard, dude. What a fucking retard. What an app. Where's my push to talk? This guy's a retard. That's it.
They are. Oh.
Holy fuck, these people are dumb.
Protect the bombs.
So, oh.
Be advised, bomb location has been compromised.
Well done. Well reinforced.
10 seconds remaining.
Laser gate in position.
5 seconds and counting. Op 4 has located a bomb. Get ready to engage.
Device prime. Keep an eye on them. Ambush set.
Laser gate in place. Fortify the wall.
What the fuck?
Mission failed. All friendly. neutralized.
To report, which I just don't know based on the results that we're looking at. All we know is that how many
It's
are
time for the
and they're really
LMGs.
cascading in now. But how could any sane person vote Liberal? That's what I'm wondering. Want to sponsor me, Viva?
Kalshi is up to 80%.
Secure the area. Keep the bombs protected.
I will watch over us.
You're back.
Set fast wire.
Op 4 located a bomb. Protect it. 10 seconds left.
You will I deploy.
Down to 5 seconds.
Perimeter defense online.
Op 4 has located a bomb.
Magnet will watch over us. Doorway trap. Stay clear of blast device positioned. Doorway trap. Stay clear of blast zone.
My beautiful evil eye is ready.
Great.
Why are you reinforcing all the
Great, dude. Great.
Device prime. Keep an eye on. EDD mounted. Let them come.
Yo, you fucking dead, dude. Look to your right. There's a fucking hole in the wall. Oh. Yo!
Op 4 eliminated. Mission successful.
bunch of fucking shields? I love how they said that they would do me dirty. They've killed me once. Like those, like that squad, they've killed me once. Let's go green bedroom. Let's do LMGs again.
Okay.
Secure the area. Keep the bombs protected.
Hey, Allah. Allah.
My evil eye ready to kill some zombies.
I love how they're apparently trying something, so since it apparently doesn't work, they just don't even bypass the media. It makes no sense.
My beautiful
Imagine
evil eye
being
is
that
ready.
retarded.
Be advised, a bomb location has been compromised. 5 seconds left.
Wall fortified!
Bomb located by Op 4.
Evil eye. Reloading on ammo!
Oh shit! Fuck, dude.
Dude, that's sick.
That...
Hey, you did your part, man. Caught me off guard too.
Upstairs by Bull.
One op 4 remaining.
Liberal majority, and tally market is 99%.
No way.
It doesn't mean much. Like 133 to 93. I think it goes without saying that at this point, I am prepared to say that the Liberals are going to have the largest block of seats in the House. That does not mean that they are going to be the government moving forward. And Pierre did not run the worst campaign in history. The worst campaign in history was run by Kim Campbell. No, I take that back. The worst campaign in history was run by Stéphane Dion.
I can't even keep track of the Pierre. That's what I want to listen. This is exactly like CNN. How do you not see what's happening right in front of us? What, that they're announcing the wrong... Hey, look. Okay, good. Anyhow, it's not even a question of I told you so. Holy.
Oh, we're gonna lose
Congrats
this fucking guy.
I mean, at the very least, it's going to be a liberal minority.
In the short term, like until the House convenes, and whether Pierre can sit down with the leader of the Bloc Québécois, what's his name, Yves
Blanchette, yeah.
Yves Blanchette, and decide if they're gonna try and work together to get these guys out, and what Pierre would be.
It's over.
Mission failed.
Pierre did do
All
some
friendlies have been
podcasts, Ricky
neutralized.
Rich. Anyway.
Well, anyways, we'll
see. Like, we'll see.
No, but it is it's just anyways, it's not a question of I told you so. There's no joy in any of this.
No,
How stupid do people have to be?
Well, it doesn't mean that. I'm still hopeful that Pierre will be able to take the House away from the Liberals, and if he could do so at least for 2 years, then. And govern effectively for 2 years with a minority supported by the Bloc, then go into an election in 2 years' time, then history tends in a situation like that where there is a agreement, then history has shown time and again that there's been Rooney, that the winner tends to be the party that was in power.
Snuggle Struggle says, it's looking like Canada collectively chose government-assisted suicide. The nation itself was offered medical assistance in dying.
Though the Conservatives are coming on strong right
now.
Like we're at 98 now.
Yeah, they're
136.
It doesn't...
It's going to be a nail-biter.
Nail-biter for what? For majority or for minority?
It's going to be, well,
How's it
it's
feel,
a nail-biter for, like, as I said,
that your life is going to be worse because of other people.
Assuming that's what they...
It's not surprising. I guess that's how. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's how it is, man.
Need to use your drone to locate a bomb.
It's lit how these drones can fall like 50 or 60 feet and not break.
Yeah. Oh, dude, I love butterfly.
Your drone has found a bomb.
What gun are you using online?
The V308.
The LMG kind of thing.
Yeah.
10 seconds to insertion. 5 seconds to insertion. Proceed to bomb's
I wonder how
location
much my
and
car
defuse
insurance
it.
is gonna go up. This is open now.
Sure.
I don't know if it's because of the or not. I don't think so. Oh wait, that's the bomb site. Nice.
Aha!
Right here. I'm just gonna balls deep it.
I watch the ground. Is there any way to get to the fucking thing from here? I
They
hate
come
these
into
maps.
that's what they end up at. They could be end up into the. They could be end up in the 140s for all I know. But it all depends on.
It's time for Big Brother.
Block's starting to make a showing here because they're up to 20. So 99 and 20 is 119,
Op 4
right?
last
So
operator standing.
119 to
You have dropped the
135,
diffuser.
138 if you count
One
the
friendly
MVP with
operator
the
remaining.
Liberals. It all hinges.
Oh, we're gonna lose because I
what
can't even
happens
fucking find
and who can get their caucus, their
Stairs.
their
Dude, your
parliamentary
fucking drone is
caucus
glitching on my
past that
screen.
magic
What
number
the
of
hell?
172.
Oh,
Yeah.
he's up here.
Like the chat's sort of going doom and gloom right now because it doesn't look. Oh, the conservatives are now at 100. But it's like there's only a 35 seat difference, and yes, 172
If you throw a
is the
stun, you can
magic number,
run through the door.
and it depends on
He's still-
tomorrow
he's
over the
still
next
out there.
couple of weeks while there's the parliamentary wrangling to see if
So does that thing hurt you?
Yeah, he's probably in that room.
Fuck, I don't have any more.
It's not there though. It's not on that door. Holy shit! I'm really having shit.
All friendlies have been eliminated.
I mean, you got as many kills as everyone else on the team. So I don't care that you fucking died there because you did as much as everyone else.
Damn, everybody got, except for the last guy.
Yeah, see it. See, if everyone on the team gets one kill, you win the round for free. See, that's it. That's all you have to do is get one kill. Everyone get one kill and you win.
Mine has frag grenades too.
We need to locate a bomb.
Yeah, I think both him and Finko. Oh, here's a drone hole. Oh, come here. I think this is a drone hole.
Shit.
You could throw a grenade down there and get a kill if someone's there.
Probably.
Be advised your drone has located a bomb.
Yeah, you know what I noticed today? Since my mom brought home some monsters from her work that were from damaged cases, so we got 40 for free. Or wait, no, we got.
Damn, you got 40 of them. Holy.
No, it
10
was
seconds to go.
it was like 40 of them. I guess there were 10 cases of 4.
Insertion in 5
So
seconds.
I got 10 for free. Well, so okay, so 10 is about
Proceed to
$50.
bomb's
Okay?
location and defuse it.
So I got $50 worth of monsters for free. Monster, like if you spill monster and let it dry and then like let the smell ferment or whatever for a few days, it smells like olives.
Nice, dude.
What?
That's some trivia I needed to know, dog.
I just.
What, you think they put like olive oil on it?
No, I just. Well, like honestly, olive oil doesn't even taste or smell like olives because I didn't like. Top cans on the door of the right of the. Oh my god, he's slaying under the fucking table, dude. There's a guy laying under the table in one of those rooms. I don't know where it is compared to you can't run if you...
I thought that was so.
Yeah, right when... right when you turned, I could tell that you thought it was someone. Oh my god. Your fucking screen just went blank. That was hilarious. Oh.
All friendlies have been eliminated.
Wait, you got 10 Monster Energy drinks?
For free, yeah. Because they only sell them by the box at my mom's work, so if they can't sell them by the box, they get written off and someone gets to take them. Alright, I'm probably gonna fucking die with this trick, but let's see.
Is it the new... Oh, don't be. Are you using the DMR or whatever?
We need to locate a bomb.
Which I'm not very good at DMRs on this.
Yes. Go Valkyrie.
10 seconds to insertion. 5 seconds before insertion. Your mission is to locate and defuse a bomb.
Go dog, follow the Master Chief.
Whoa. Alright, this is coastline.
Downstairs. I feel like Caveira's up here. Yep. Right by me.
Who?
Caveira. By the stairs. Going down the stairs. No, she's going up the stairs again. I'm 1 and 3. You know what I mean?
Gaining access to their feed. Loving the extra bits.
You located a bomb.
Time for a wake-up call.
Op 4 last stop standing.
Dude, you see how I just got the one tap her in the head because she wasn't even watching?
Yep.
If the opposition parties can get together and actually agree on something where Pierre...
You have, and congratulations, you blew a slam dunk. Blame Trump, blame me, blame everybody else except for yourselves.
Oh, it's not your fault, Viva. You're one vote out of how many? But
I'm no vote. Go to Westmount ADG. There's Westmount is. I bet you Westmount went 55% this year.
Yeah. Same with my vote. Like, you know, like Ottawa Center. Like, we're not.
Oh, yeah,
Ottawa,
yeah, I know where you're right.
Ottawa Vanier, like Mona Fortier, like, you know, those are the safest seats ever.
But the thing is, he deserves it. Pierre deserves it. Congratulations, you screwed up the easiest election to win because you thought you could score more points by being anti-Trump. Congratulations. You couldn't be more anti-Trump. Sorry?
The game did change when Justin Trudeau was on. Like,
The game did change, but it didn't mean you forgot how to dribble a freaking ball. So yeah, the game changed, and Pierre screwed up. Beginning to end, from day one, screwed up.
10 seconds.
Congrats, and to the victor go the
This
spoils.
bullshit.
Well,
5 seconds left.
Well, this is armory.
Op 4 has located a bomb. Get ready to engage.
It's-
Always room for more.
Oh!
Mag change.
Another one tap.
Oh, they got Brava. I think she's gonna take over the cameras, dog. Yeah, she took over the camera.
Moving mag.
Coming from over there.
Have some time. Throwing alarm. Throwing alarm.
Oh shit. Right below us.
Below us down there.
Yeah, like somebody was just below.
One Op 4 remaining.
Good.
Fever successfully deployed.
Did you open that door?
I don't think I opened any door.
Fever strikes true. Deployed barrier.
Wait, did she take your fucking alibi? She did, dude. That fucking character's busted, yo.
What?
Oh my god.
You could take the fucking alibi too.
Mission successful.
Dude, that's fucking broken. That is legit fucking broken.
Dude, I hate that fucking operator so much. She takes all my cams. She takes your fucking alibi, which is retarded. I didn't even know that she could do that. Yeah, and the person yesterday was arguing with me that she's not broken just because you can shoot the drone. What a fucking retard, bro. Holy shit. That logic is fucking insane.
Secure the bombs.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Activating payload.
Deploying rocket net.
Camera feed online.
Down to 10 seconds.
Camera access.
Op 4 has located a bomb. Be ready for assault. 5 seconds. Op 4 has located a bomb. Get ready to engage.
Yeah, dude, I actually fucking destroyed them last round.
hatches open up here.
Swapping mags.
I think it was Buck.
And I mean, and congrats to the Liberal Party on running an extraordinarily effective propaganda campaign.
No,
Oh shit! They got this
they don't
fucking
get
bitch over here.
congrats.
Yeah,
Move!
no, I mean, hey, congrats.
Move.
I'll give them congrats. They did it. They were able to run a very effective
She's right here. You could.
propaganda campaign across the entire country with all the chips. They played it really well. They were able to disassociate Justin Trudeau and his entire cabinet and all the action that they did over the last 10
What's her
years.
name?
In
The one
place
with like
of
the shield things or whatever.
CBC Carney and this new and pumping him up on the resume. He's an economist.
One friendly
he knows
operator
so
remaining.
much.
Oh, it's over, dude.
No, I'll tell you. Congrats on the Liberals for having effectively dictated Pierre's policy to his
There's a
detriment
driver
for his
here.
election strategy. Good,
Yeah,
good
yeah.
for them. They really
inside.
did browbeat Pierre into doing exactly
Wait.
what they wanted him to
Yeah,
do.
I heard the
And
fucking
so I
truck
said
off.
I said it all along. Congrats, Pierre. You're letting the Liberals and their propaganda dictate your political election strategy, and it's not going to work out well for you. They let them bully him into silence. Oh, but if he says anything, they'll call him pro-Trump. They did it anyhow. Oh, but if he goes on a podcast, they'll demonize him. They did it anyhow. So congrats. You clipped your own wings, Pierre, and you let the Liberal and their propaganda machine do it.
Okay,
that's it.
just a couple of pieces of information here. Right now, 13,996 of 70,445 polls, that's individual polling districts, have reported their results. That's only 20% of all the polling stations across the country have reported their results.
Nobody.
Secure the area.
People are going to
Keep
call
bombs
this
protected.
copium. By the way, Westman Energy thus far 67% liberal. It was 53%.
There you go. I was looking that up. I was in the process
Well,
of
I don't know if it's true. I'm just bringing it up. But the bottom line is, we call it cope. The conservatives are not winning a majority.
Okay,
They're not winning a minority, and
Bomb location
they'll be
compromised.
lucky
Plan
if
accordingly.
they don't off.
Just if you need to shoot it.
Morgan is ready. Use it if you have to.
10 seconds to insertion.
Keeping Morgan set up.
Down to 5 seconds. Op 4 has located a bomb.
Explosive ordnance is ready.
Prepping needles.
All Morgans are prepped and ready.
All set to jam the meridian.
They're right above me.
All set to jam the meridian.
They were, Nomad. Dead.
Oh, they got one person right here. Never mind. Gone.
Op 4, last operator standing.
Burge.
Op 4 eliminated. Mission successful.
Offer to the Liberals a majority government. And as it is now, if the Libs team up with the Bloc, they're going to have an effective majority.
Yeah, I just want to address that. Someone said gay beer. I agree. Super gay beer. Not my choice. My father just went back up to China, and I was left over with a box of this. So
Well, I'll be back.
I'm still gonna drink it. I mean, not gonna just waste it. Probably give a bunch of it away.
Yeah, out of curiosity, I'm looking at Westmount right now. So, like, yeah, Viva is right when he says it was copium. You know, like he's got a valid point when he says that. Though it's not even there. Though I think there's also something to say, like just because, like there's lots of
Pretty
folks
sure
that comes.
even if you, I don't know if you hit someone in the head with a pistol, if they actually get headshot. I think they just go down. I can't remember.
Oh,
But her pistol.
I usually always forget to interrogate.
Yeah, her pistol is designed like the damage is designed.
10 seconds. Op 4 has located a bomb. Be ready for assault. 5 seconds to insertion. Op 4 has located a bomb. Be ready for hostile action.
Kill him. There's an else over here. Oh! Yo, that was fucking nasty. Holy fuck, that was dirty.
When the claymores are red, it's the enemies, right?
Yeah, or you can
Like-
change
like
it to
the
whatever
lasers?
color you want, though. Well, enemies, defenders don't have claymores. So if there's a
Okay,
claymore-
so somebody put a shit ton of claymores in this room here. They're over there. Oh, I completely ignored. Fucking
One
hell.
Op 4 remaining. Op 4 eliminated. Mission successful.
Dude, okay, dude. One of the kills I got, I don't know what it was, my second kill of the round, I think. Or, yeah, the second one was fucking disgusting, dude. He was on a head glitch. I fucking hard snap on his head. Holy fuck, that was nasty.
Proud of yourself, dude?
I am, dude. Yes, that was very, very good.
Good.
Still, and the bigger polls have not been counted yet because they take longer to count. But I think that it's fair to say that it's most likely going to be a liberal of some kind, a large caucus from the liberals. I don't even see Westmount.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is.
If there's
Not
only
the back,
20%
the glass
recording.
westmount. Sorry?
Dog, it's your
I just
favorite
wish there
map.
was a little
Would that
more.
be-
Go ahead.
I was saying, so you said there's only 20-something% recording
Which one?
of the remaining.
Yeah.
In
I
historical
don't know this map at
elections,
all.
has that ever changed any of the recording?
That's why I said it's your favorite map. You
That's a
fucking
fair
cunt.
comment, not significantly.
I remember when this map used to be bad because it made you feel like you couldn't do anything, but I don't think it. I think they when they redid it, made it better for sure.
What, you got fucking autism, dog? Spit it out.
Probably, yeah. I'm an old egg. What do you expect?
Secure the area. Keep the bombs protected.
Come get your all.
Op 4 has located the bomb. Plan your defenses accordingly.
Swapping mags!
No one ever reinforces on this map, dude.
The wall's been reinforced!
10 seconds remaining.
That's pretty bad.
5 seconds left.
Wall reinforced!
Op 4 has located a bomb.
Loading new mag.
Wall reinforcements are deployed!
Kiva successfully deployed.
LMG, either Ram Capital.
Changing mag.
Oh my god, that's watching.
Holy fuck!
He's right. That thing is broken, man.
Friendly, last operator standing.
They're all just using Corsa shotguns.
All friendlies were eliminated. Mission failure.
Horrendous. That was a fucking horrendous. Know what I'm saying?
So how long until I get arrested and request for extradition for my tweets? No, like in America, if you see the number go down, you're gonna
Secure
invade
the
the
area.
Capitol
Keep
like
the
that.
bombs protected.
Oh my
I
god.
have a question. I have a question for you, Steve. A comment just came up as a super chat. It said, "What happened to the 7 million early votes in the United States? We happen to count those last. How does that work?
They count them tonight. I don't know if they count them
Op
first or
4 has
last.
located the bomb. Plan your defenses
I
accordingly.
think it's systemic like it is in the States. I don't know if they're separated or segregated out in the same way. And in the States, it does depend. There's a couple of
10
states
seconds left.
actually early votes last, and the last early, in the other states do early
5
votes
seconds.
first. Like Florida, those votes quicker. Arizona, which didn't.
Located a bomb.
They definitely separate them
that's
out.
smart. That thing you put there? They may not jump through the window now if they know, but
Okay. Well, somebody, I don't know, broke it last time, but somebody did.
oh, so there was one there? Maybe you should have.
No. I mean, like, yeah, you see, like, they're already shooting the window again, so.
Welcome men deployed.
Decided to just put one there. Well, they got Bravo, or whatever, the chick who takes your shit.
Yeah, he's half HP.
Because statistically, you can look up on elections on the Elections Canada website and look at what
It's
the
so
advanced
stupid. She can
polling
take the
results were.
fucking
There's also
holograms
special
too.
ballots, and there's two
actually
groups of
doesn't make
special
sense.
ballots. One group is for military personnel and incarcerated prisoners. Yes, our felons get to vote. And then the other special ballots are
we'll see what-
everybody else.
The,
So-
I also had the Quebec
see 'em,
one to
dude.
get between 21
Down
and
that
30
hallway.
seats. That looks pretty safe at this point.
It does look pretty safe. They're sitting
Oh,
at
yeah, it
24
does.
right now.
At NDP to get 10 to 15 seats.
Well, they're right on the edge because they're at 10. And then,
Yep.
what did you have for the Green Party?
To get 1 seat.
Well, they got one so far.
Yep. So
But they're
hopefully-
only lead. It's only leading. They're not elected yet.
Right. So basically, that's what the thing means at the bottom is who's leading.
It's leading or elected.
Oh, leading or elected. That's how the numbers keep changing.
Yes, because as the lead will change, then the number will change. Like the Liberals
So
are down.
for
to
those of
1.
you listening, that means Barnes cleaned house, and everybody needs to go join sportspicks.locals.com for the best sports and political betting knowledge you can get.
What I tell people is, if you're going to have bad
Last operator
policies and
standing.
bad politicians, you might as well profit from it. It's like Joe Biden. We bet that he would pardon his brother 50 to 1 on
friendlies were
inauguration day.
eliminated.
Cha-ching!
Failures.
Because if he's corrupt, why shouldn't you make money off of it? Not just the Biden family.
Yeah, but that was the auto pen, so that doesn't really count, does it?
Yeah, exactly. Probably somebody at Poly Market will challenge it on those grounds.
Do you think that can happen?
Poly Market declared the winner of the Venezuelan election was the guy who got crushed and the woman who got crushed in the election because the New York Times declared her the winner. So, like during the Canadian, there's been a lot of weird betting things going on in the Poly Market on the Canadian election, and it's because there are a bunch of people who are aligned, hoping Carney would do well, knowing Poly Market could influence public perception of the election. They've rigged the rules at Poly Market to create bogus outcomes. I mean, once they said the Venezuelan loser was really the winner, that's who
Protect
they paid
the
out.
bombs.
Was if you bet on it, it's like it was insane. That meant that it's just the Poly Market's trying to use like blockchain voting mechanisms, and so they have this group of people that are involved,
You
and they
use a
get to say
shotgun or
somebody
is,
won.
carbine?
Be advised, a bomb location has been compromised.
Use the carbine.
Down to 5 seconds. Op 4 has located a bomb. Be ready for hostile action.
Multiple guys.
Camera in position. Keep it deployed.
I have
Trying to get through that.
a hot Korean chick.
Fucking dead already, so doesn't matter.
Keep it secured.
Oh.
Op 4, last stop standing.
one that didn't win. That something happened that didn't happen. Like
questions, and that's when they came within 1% of Quebec seceding from Canada in a referendum.
Now,
And then they just sort of dwindled since, and they've gone more and more left ever since.
Liberals are losing ground. The
friendly remaining.
networks are scrambling.
Are they?
Maybe the early push.
What are the networks saying?
Well,
Mark
apparently so.
Carney and
friendlies
his
were
friends,
eliminated.
Uncle
Mission
Mark and his
failure.
friends.
Well, because I saw something that somebody told me that CBC had announced a liberal majority, and then I came around and was like,
No,
no,
they
there's no
announced a liberal government, not a majority.
Ah, right.
Yeah.
But
The liberal government
they're
is-
super quick, and then you're gonna get like the global pile-on effect, which is like all of a sudden like now because Uncle Mark is as a purebred globalist. Just watch. Like I haven't had a chance to check Twitter, but I'd assume that we're gonna see heads of states all congratulating Mark Carney. Like it's probably already happening right now on his win. This is what they did this in Brazil like I've never seen before. I remember like Justin was one of the first people to like congratulate him, and then they all piled on. The international leaders declared who the winner was in
Use your drone to
Brazil.
locate a bomb.
Well,
now-
you know how Trump should welcome him, right? Congratulations to Governor Carney.
Yeah, I don't know if he's going to do
Congratulations
that.
to Governor Carney. Please joining me in Mar-a-Lago in 2 weeks' time. We're going to be having an unveiling of a great
Right.
statue.
Hey, Viva, do you see USA Now has your new Canadian flag image up and
Your
going?
drone has found a bomb.
Seven.
Carney. It's in the chat. You're on mute, Viva.
What's the game plan, dog?
I'm gonna go
I might have
from
to check
10
out.
seconds.
Encrypt this.
the
You can handle
hallway
this
at the
if
end
I.
of the bridge, that window.
5
Hopefully,
seconds before
can
insertion.
Get a pick.
Proceed to bomb's location and defuse it.
Then again, I'm kind of trolling this match, so.
We can play forward.
Got a claymore ready.
Nice.
Reload. Drone's ready.
Deploying call. Ready for level!
Yo, dog, get in the build.
Blast area!
Aye.
Bomb diffusion initiated. Protect the diffuser.
Reload!
One op 4 remaining. One friendly operator remaining.
Oh, fuck off,
Nice.
dude.
Whatever. We still won.
It's such
I
horseshit.
go and wind it up. But hold on.
I got you.
Hostile
Where
bomb
is
defused.
the?
Mission
Let me go in the
successful.
chat.
Apparently, I didn't hit him through the wall. It just fucking.
Hold on.
VivaBarnesLaw.locals.com. I got a kid. He doesn't want to go to bed. Apparently, he wants me to like cry him to sleep. Okay, so
so that's the reaction of Ethan to the Canadian election.
he's like, good or bad? I say, not good. I say, all right, so bad. Is this it? The commie
Yeah,
flag
that's
right
it.
now?
New Canadian
Yeah,
flag
that's
symbol
pretty close.
adequate.
Well, hold on. If we put this on Merch Barns, are we going to sell it or are we going to get
Oh
arrested?
yeah, that's a good idea. That's a great idea for merch.
Well, just so you know, 146 plus 24, it's 170. The Conservative plus the Bloc are 2 seats away from controlling the House.
Right. That's what I'm curious by. The is whether now that's like you guys know this obviously a lot better than I do. What's the like? Does the Quebec group like vote as a bloc? Do some of them will they break off and join the Liberals? Or how would that work?
They tend to go by caucus groups. So like it's like in your House of Representatives or your Senate, the Republicans, there's the party discipline is a lot more tightly knit here than it is in the States as well, because our whips are very strong, unlike in the U.S. So if they say this is a matter of confidence, that means the party is going to vote with their leader, whichever what their leader tells them to do, because a matter of confidence is what determines.
You've located a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it.
Drone activated.
Oh, we got somebody by the stairs there.
You must recover the diffuser.
Okay, I'm coming in. Fuck, dude. The one time I
didn't
don't
see
look
that.
around, the one time I don't.
Are you still alive?
One friendly operator
The
remaining.
one fucking time I don't look at the ground.
Yo, it's over. It's over, dude.
All friendlies have been
Government
eliminated.
actually falls or not.
So
So
172 majority.
correct. 172 is the magic number.
Right now, that's what the Conservatives in Quebec bloc have.
Yeah, but that would be with the
147.
with a coalition, but not with a.
Yeah, it will not be a. It's not. It's going to be a minority parliament. That's guaranteed at this point.
If I back out, I'm gonna fall. I'm gonna continue listening, but if I don't come back, it's not because
Just
of
come
a
back
lack
when
of
you're
interest.
done.
Well,
David.
just
We
tell
know.
Ethan.
We'll be here. In your case, it depends on whether the betting markets determine who the next Prime Minister of Canada is going to be, and when their cutoff date is, because it's all up in the air tonight.
Let me take a look at the.
Oh shit! Are you saying I should take a little bet on Pierre? There's a chance.
It's a chance. It's a slim chance, but there's a chance. There's a question that came into the VibraBarnesLaw.locals.com.
Yo, fuck this game, dude.
Zach the
I'm gonna
Cat.
fucking
When
hop
does
on
Carney-
Skype.
When will
Play
Carney
whatever you
have to
want.
step down? Carney has to step down. He'll either resign after the election if he loses it, like he loses the majority and he loses control of the House of Commons, or he will have to step down if his government falls, and a vote of no confidence. Because the way it works here is the government serves as at the pleasure of the monarch, or as long as they hold the confidence of the House of Commons.
Yeah, I think like in the way it works with Kalshi, at least, is it's who is going to be the next Prime Minister of Canada. So the which could be Carney but I think how it's phrased would actually respect the change, even if that change doesn't happen for a couple of weeks.
Yeah, it's going to take a couple of weeks, because it's going to take a few days at the very least, because 148 plus 120 plus 25 is what? It's 160, 172, 173.
Man, the comments on Polymarket are awesome.
Take a look at the screen.
Yeah.
Oh, Pierre Polyev is not
What are
in
you
the
gonna play?
lead in Carleton
The racing
right
game?
On the first poll,
Yeah, the
Probably,
one
I'm
poll.
just gonna go get a drink first.
You can't do that, dog. You can't fucking do that. What the fuck is this bullshit, man?
Reporting
and politicking that can be done with the block towards forming that non-confidence as well. And it's like the thing is, fucking Uncle Mark. Like one of the things that he needed the majority government, because I think there was something like that guy put out the video about disclosures, and by accelerating it, a lot of the disclosures didn't kind of come out within the time frame, but there will be disclosures coming out. This is at least what I'm led to believe. And so if we get another 20 days, disclosure time happens, and every day that goes along is an opportunity for Uncle Mark to further be exposed for the globalist hack that he is.
Have you actually met him?
No.
Okay.
It's
just the way you call him Uncle Mark.
I don't think anybody in America could like go live overseas and make all their money overseas and then just come back and be declared president. You know, I mean,
his name is on the money, bro.
Yeah,
like
his name is actually on our $20
Everybody's looking at their $20 bill like, Carney. Oh yeah, I like that man. That means he's like a president.
He was governor of the Bank of Canada.
We're gonna call the $20 bills the Carnies.
That is wild.
Yeah,
Barnes, I got a question for you in the super chat.
Is Carney's name on the $20 bill?
for $6.99 Canadian. It says, ask Barnes how he feels about election can talking about marked ballots home, taking marked ballots home, and what would happen in the USA if that happened.
So did that happen in Canada?
Yes.
If you take a ballot out of a polling station, you're going to jail.
Yeah, I would hope so. No, here in the States, we have more creative ways to handle that sort of thing. You know, you just have some late arriving mail-in ballots, shipped and printed at the right places and the right people. That's how we end up with these ballots in Georgia that magically and miraculously didn't, like, they were supposedly sent through the mail, and there was no sign that it had been folded. You know, it's like, how did they send it? Like, they supposedly sent it to, like, one of these envelopes, and it had no creases in it. It was like, somebody just came in, dropped off the ballot, boom. That's, the ballot. It's amazing how in the state America has the worst ballot security of any modern country in the world. And it's like, you guys are going to know the results tonight. I mean, in America, in California, you don't know your results until 3 months later.
Are the ballot boxes in the States locked with a padlock and a key or something?
Supposed to be, but often not. Often they're just in big, huge containers, big plastic containers. That's what caused controversy.
Liberals will form
Georgia,
next government.
when they found
CBC
people
News
pulling out
projects.
these big plastic boxes underneath, and they just started counting ballots. Like, that's how it's done. Unfortunately,
out from under the table. That's right.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly. From underneath the table, and making it look even
Aren't you
more
so excited?
What you're looking at on the screen here from global news that's the Greater Toronto area he just had up, and all of that red is Liberal seats, and all of that blue on the outer reaching round it there is Conservative seats. So that's typical for the way Ontario goes. It's now the Conservatives are dropping back a little bit. It's 157 to 148. It's going to bounce around again.
Yeah, that's
for
a
little bit.
I think this is
like watching a football game.
Yeah, I think it's the only one I've seen like this. Like, I've followed elections all around the world, and they usually only put up like what the current lead is of popular vote or something. But I've never seen them say just, okay, here's the count, the tally count, who's leading at the moment. That's totally different.
It's always been done this way, and I don't know why they do it. I do know why they do it. It's to make the
look,
make it more
there's
dramatic on TV.
there's a Brampton North, Caledon. This is a PPC kind of affecting that riding right there.
Look, I didn't see what the result. I didn't see what the vote.
There was a 1 point spread between the Conservatives and the Liberals, and the PPC had 2%.
I assume a lot
You
of
see,
the PPC
right there,
dropped.
that's a split vote.
I assume a lot of the PPC vote dropped off because of fear of Liberals winning easily.
A lot did, but I mean, fucking Max Bernier. I mean, he could have just pulled a Bobby Kennedy and just understood like what's at stake in the long tail here, and like come away a hero. Now he just looks like a fucking loser. Unfortunately,
It's sour grapes.
Yeah, that's always when to negotiate, when to back off, when to leverage what you got into something bigger. Though I wonder if Pierre would have even done what Trump was smart enough to see the opportunity with Kennedy. I don't know if Pierre would have been smart enough to say, hey, how about we do this kind of thing? He seems like he almost wanted to distance himself.
He did, and that's like where it would have ultimately taken like Max, and he would have gotten a ton of flack for it. But to say like, the best choice to do this, I encourage every single one of my members to join the Conservative Party as a member, and let's get involved, and let's bring like the freedom element into the Conservative Party. Let's make the Conservative Party great again. Like, let's go with that fucking angle. Like all day long. Like, we need the Tea Party in Canada. Like, this was because Canada is a two-party system plus the bloc.
Well, any democracy that uses first past the post is going to gravitate towards a two-party system anyway, because that's just the way it works. It's a law of political science. It's just going to be right now. What we're just waiting for is that last riding to report in, and a few more of the votes. It's looking like it's going to be a bit of a late one tonight for us.
It looks like we got close there for a second, but
yeah, but it's backed off.
Looks like it dipped.
Yeah,
dipped off.
but it's 168, 169 for the Liberal, NDP, and Green Party, and 148 and 125 is still over the magic number of 172.
Yeah,
So
that's
disable the
well,
chat for the live
for
stream
about half an hour now.
on the
It's
CBC
consistently had
stream.
conservative
Yeah.
Of course,
block.
they always
So
disable
what is the
the
likelihood
comment
the block
section.
aligns with
And
conservative?
dislike
I don't know. I can't. What do you think, Carl?
The Alberta Quebec coalition. Like, we're gonna mine Bitcoin, guys. We're gonna mine tons and tons of Bitcoin. We're gonna go energy crazy. We have all the energy. We've got all the energy. Let's get rich. Oh shit.
Interesting.
I don't know what. He
well,
said something dramatic and then disappeared.
Yeah, he does this. And hopefully Encryptus will be able to.
Oh, that was crazy.
There you are.
As soon as
What
I
happened?
said the Alberta Quebec coalition didn't like that talk right there.
Sounds like the CBC booted you out.
The mining Bitcoin, let's go. I mean, let's get rich. Guys, this is the thing. Carney and company are not going to make Canada rich. They're going to make themselves rich. They're
Yes.
all about themselves. Canada has an opportunity to be extraordinarily prosperous if we, got a little bit creative and removed ourselves and broke our chains from Mark Carney and his friends, Uncle Mark and his friends. They are masters and they seek to destroy and suck wealth while keeping people just barely alive. They don't want to kill them because they don't get the votes. They want them on life support and being very grateful that they're on paid life support.
So we have fallen way behind. Oh, go ahead, Barnes.
Yeah, I was going to say, I assume it's a huge disappointment. I mean, they were going into the night assuming they were going to win massively. They had a big majority. I mean, it was like over 100.
They all had their elbows up. They were fucking ready.
Yeah, elbows up. Do you think Carney's ever played hockey in his life? I mean, it's like, come on.
Oh yeah, Mark Carney played. He has a perfect record. He never let in a single goal when he played for Harvard. He stopped all 5 shots he faced. But he was on the team. He was a goalie. He was on the team, and he played for 10 minutes in one game. He stopped all 5 shots. He never had a goal against. Got a perfect record, and there's not too many goalies that can say that.
Yeah, no doubt.
So,
what's the future of the NBA?
I'm pretty sure Jagmeet Singh's probably going to resign, and then they'll select a new leader, and then they'll try to rebuild.
This is like the worst case for them. To a liberal minority where they don't have balance of power, even if they team up with Elizabeth May and Jonathan Pittman.
And here, this is not their worst showing ever, though.
How long have
their worst showing ever was 1993, 9 seats.
Yeah, that's where a lot of the betting markets were. Because when I took them to get over 10 bets, that was a 2-to-1 underdog bet. That the betting markets were saying they were going to win 5-9.
Oh man, dude, look at Bruce Fanjoy's pulling away. 10 reporting. I don't think that one's gonna hold.
Yeah, I assume those are
So
liberal.
We have fallen behind on the tips and rants by quite a bit. So I just want to start reading through some of these.
Go ahead.
I'll give you a chance to get some.
All right, so
read some of that action.
So Alien. Perfect. And some of these might be questions for Steve too. All right, Alien Baby for $4. Canada is poorer than Mississippi. Do these voters realize that they could be wealthy and free if they abandoned the Liberal Party? No shit, right? From Uzillion, $5. Real question: if Alberta was to leave, would they bring the Yukon and Northwest Territories with them? Also, what would happen to Canada if they and Quebec leave?
Yeah, that's a Steve question. Yeah, I am curious. And when Viva gets back, that's another. Because I am curious how would secession play out if that route goes down the road? Boy, there's some tight races. Look at that, 47 to 46.8. If that was Lyndon Baines Johnson, he'd be on the phone to get in those extra ballots.
From Wrigley Boys, $2. Good thing they became a non-resident 2 years ago in Eastern Europe. Caucasian region to the rescue. Oh, good. Steven's back. This was a good one for you to answer. So the question was, if Alberta was to leave, would they bring the Yukon and Northwest Territories? Also, what would happen to Canada if they and Quebec leave?
I I have absolutely no idea. That's crystal balling. Quite frankly, I really don't know. My first thought is, do I care? My second thought is, would we bring the Yukon and the Northwest Territories with us? Not as. That's really, really tough to say. Highly unlikely, because the population of the Yukon and the Northwest Territories is very strong in the Inuit, which is an indigenous population, and they're very tied to federal government funding. So I don't think that I don't see the territories.
Damn,
coming with
dog,
us.
the
What would happen
Inuits
to
are
the provinces,
liberals.
Ontario, Manitoba, and Saskatchewan?
most of the
Well,
a lot of them
Saskatchewan
are NDP,
is very similar to Alberta, so I could see
communists.
Saskatchewan
'Cause
joining
They want the government to. give them
Alberta in as the great 51st, or maybe even the 52nd state.
Because it's not legal now. It's not legal now to attack villages and stuff and then take their shit and skin them. It's not legal to do that anymore, so they have to get the government to do it.
Ontario would probably would have to rejig their finances a bit, because all of a sudden they're no longer dealing with Canada and funding from the prairie provinces anymore when they qualify for it under the equalization formula. But there's a whole how likely is this to happen? That's the all important question, though, because I honestly don't know. The cities are more likely to, in Alberta, where the majority, the population is, they're more likely to vote to stay in Canada, while the rural places, like where I live, is very strong in saying, get the hell out of here. But everything's up in the air. You just don't know. First of all, we've got to convince the government to actually have a referendum to begin with. And if the government's, the provincial governments, that is, and if the provincial government of Alberta says, no, we're not going to hold a referendum, that's the end of it.
Got it. So Uncivil says Canada has no electoral college, so only Ontario and Quebec matter in federal elections. Sad state of affairs. I don't know if that's yet.
The House of Commons is the electoral college, essentially.
Right.
It's like if we elected our president from Congress.
Right.
Exactly. From Uncivil again, my Canada partition plan let Quebec and Ontario go and be their own screwed up Singapores. Just cut their land border at Hudson Bay, keep everything north of that. Do something similar for the Vancouver, Victoria Metroplex. Otherwise, it work quite well. The rest will be U.S. territories. Right. For Partly 72, $5. Clock losing to Libs. Quebec might just have the Libs, the 12 seats they needed for a majority government. Glad to have left this shithole province. MK Telephone Man, $5. Yeah, sense of wisdom. Robert shows up.
That was been hanging around for a while, I think.
Okay, so now we're on to locals from Ryan PD 911. 3 new states: Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba. Even better, Canada will never win a Stanley Cup again. All caps.
Canada's not going to win a Stanley Cup as long as Gary Bettman's in charge of the NHL anyway.
We've got Sean 487 on Rumble, $5 as a disabled vet. I have nowhere to go. So Viva, some of us are not blessed like you.
Well, the language in these super chats tonight, or this is the locals chat, isn't it?
No, that one was Rumble. It's all over tonight. It's on all 3 platforms.
Right.
Invoice slip. I'll have to check and see if I have enough Canadian blood to get deported to Louisiana by King Charles. I'll tell him I missed the boat.
I love the Canadians.
Now, in all seriousness, Robert, what are the chances of Trump opening up Canada, the states, to Canadian refugees?
I'd be interested. Trump there's the political point of doing so. I think there'd be fun in doing it just because of how UK and Europe cracking down on speech. It's a great way to counter what real constitutional rights are for industry seekers. I think his long-term objective is to reinstate the old Lincoln Plan, or as much of it as you can. Abraham Lincoln's plan was to go and the U.S. would take large parts of West Virginia. He sees it as a resource issue. He sees it as a national security issue, in terms of controlling borders. And it's going back to the Monroe Doctrine of controlling the Americas, the continent, and shifting all defense back to here and getting them out of Europe, Asia, Africa. You could trim the defense budget as much as half $500 billion, half the defense budget. So he sees Canada and he doesn't want jobs going to Canada from the U.S. In terms of auto manufacturing, especially. So I mean, to him, I think he was fine with the liberal winning or liberal government winning because he sees them as easier to push around and the margin.
That was my thought too.
It was amazing how many liberals sort of took the bait on it in Canada. Oh yeah, if we elect a liberal, we'll now stand up to Trump. And it's like, no, now you're going to get smacked around twice as hard.
That's exactly the point that I made on X, by the way. I said, if Trump thinks that Pierre Poilievre is going to be harder to work with than Mark Carney, then I want Pierre Poilievre to be prime minister.
Right, exactly. If you were Canadian, that's exactly right. If you were best, and I thought that was the smarter move from Pierre. That how do you maneuver through Canadian dislike of Trump without becoming an echo chamber of Carney? You say, I know how to negotiate with Trump. I know how to stand up for Canada, but do so smartly and intelligently, not belligerently, in a way that will screw our interests long term. But Pierre always struck me as like Mitt Romney light, Canada's version of Mitt Romney. And
Careful, I know the man.
Oh, you know Pierre?
I do.
Interesting. I honestly can't take anyone seriously who's named Pierre. But beyond that prejudice, what's he like?
Peter.
I know, but
he's a nice enough. He's actually like when you're sitting there and having drinks with him, he's hilarious.
That's what people have said. That, like, it's like he didn't translate that well to the campaign trail with consistency.
Yeah, I was hanging out with him. I think it was the night or a couple of nights after the Ken Starr report was released back in the year 2000, and the cigar jokes were flying that night. We'll leave it at that. Now that the polls have closed nationwide, I feel kind of safe actually saying that. I wasn't going to say it beforehand. But this was also in the year 2000. That was like 25 years ago.
It's amazing how much it keeps fluctuating. The Liberals get up to a liberal NDP majority, then it comes back down, goes back up, back down.
There you go. And now it's in majority territory again.
163 and 9, 172. Yeah. So
you're right at that. It's going right back and forth. Well, you're telling me that these blocks will vote as a block, so that you don't. It's not like there's 4 Quebec block people that will go the other way. They're saying that
it's very, very rare that will happen, because what happens is if you do that, if you do break party discipline, they will kick you out of the caucus. And so then you sit out the remainder of your term as an independent member of parliament, or maybe you can find another party to join. But usually what will happen is they kick you out and you end up sitting as an independent member of parliament for the rest of the parliamentary term, however long it is. And then you have to run, hopefully, as an independent in the next election, and hopefully your personal popularity carries it for you. But what ends up happening most of the time is you end up losing the seat. So you break party discipline and your political career is over. Pretty much.
What would the Quebec bloc want from the Conservatives to form a government?
Goodies.
And what matters most to them? Is it separation stuff, or is it just direct power and money?
Well, they want what they're looking for. They're mainly looking for is
Chrystia Freeland.
Strength for Quebec. God help us. I hate that woman.
Yeah, she's in.
Well, of course she's in. That doesn't surprise me.
Did she at least properly designate the Nazi Party as a party?
No, she's a liberal. Nowadays, there's not much different. Oh, did I just say that?
Neoliberal. Nouveau Nazis.
Isn't she the one whose dad was a Nazi? Granddad was a Nazi?
Something like that, yeah. There's some connection there.
why they were cheering for the Nazi that they brought in the
Yeah.
Canadian Parliament.
Yeah,
The
well,
whole
it's
time.
but when you listen to the speak that the speaker was reading, and you can see it, like he realizes halfway through the speech what he's saying. He's like, "Oh shit!" But he can't stop. He can't just go.
It was so great when you were fighting the Russians in World War II.
He fought the Russians against the. Wait a minute. He was fighting the Russian invasion of Ukraine and that's not good. Because he realized halfway through. Oh shit. Anyway.
Yeah, that's all time.
Yeah, that is. It would cost the speaker his job. So, yeah, it's bouncing.
Alright, so I'm going to keep going through. There's still a whole bunch of these tips I want to get through real quick.
Yeah,
Alright, so Jaker2, $100 is subscribe to locals. I'm assuming that is a year membership.
Welcome aboard.
DTQC, would you kindly use your connections to lobby Trump world to accept Canadian political refugees?
I read that one for you.
From Ryan PD 911, why wouldn't the Conservatives give them what they want and let Quebec secede? What downside is there? Liberals will never vote for you, so let them be free. Letting Quebec libs will be out of your hair. At Robert Barnes.
Yeah, now I wonder, so I was going to ask you, so two questions on that secession in general. How does that work in like in the U.S., it's actually very difficult. We had a little civil war, so it's not so easy for somebody even to create a new state.
It's uncharted political territory. The Supreme Court has said that yes, a province can secede. It's called the Clarity Act on a clear question with a clear majority, both of which are undefined terms. Then a province can, in theory, in fact, secede from the country on the Quebec referendum ballot.
What the chat has to say about it, and we'll go from there. But yeah, I missed the rallies too, Longclaw. I 100% agree. We've got the Canadian election going on right now. The Liberals are expected to win. I know there's been some early polling that has shown that the Conservatives have shown up a little bit more than they expected. I'm not going to pretend to understand all the details of the Canadian elections. I know that Pierre guy has completely ruined, like the guy was dominating, he was way ahead, and then he started talking shit to Trump, and he lost all of his support. So I have no idea. I don't know what's going on in Canada. I'm not sure. It seems like Canada, no matter who wins, it seems like Canada is completely gone anyway. But I'm no expert in that, so I guess we shall see. But we do have some stuff to talk about. Let's see here. Let's see who all we got here. Brandon says, when is the KikaCast starting to cover the Canadian election tonight? Hail to 199. Chris is actually over on Locals right now. I don't know if that started yet, but we have a local stream over there. So she's going to be over there. And I think they're covering wrestling tonight. I won't be able to make it because I got Cobra Cast. AOE2 Freak says, so stoked to have Cobra Cast back. Let's go. It feels good to be back. And I missed all of you. Yeah, I did. JMNZZ450 says, Democrats 2015 to 2024, arrest all fascists. No one is above the law. Democrats 2025. Wait, what? Not us. Yeah, so the judge getting arrested. You know, it's, we even had Mark Hamill crawl out of his blue sky hole. Thank you, JMNZZ450. We even had Mark Hamill show back up to Twitter to start crying about Trump. I swear, man, these people are completely broken, dude. It is absolutely insane. And it's not going to get any worse. Munchie Ninja. I'm always going to be careful about saying that name. No reason. And like I said, I might have slipped up and said a word that I've never said during gameplay or driving or rap song. I've never said that word. It's the first time. The first time. All right? Never said that during that driving down the road. I would never say that. But for 20, says Jeremy, the Angry Cops Buffalo School District is some wild stuff. You should check it out. I'll have to look into that. Like, is it on YouTube or what? or the stream or nothing like that. Exactly, Astral Chain. I would never say it. Thank you, Munchie Ninja. I have to say it so slow now. Oh, we got Ruben here with a member message. Ruben Christopher Haynes says, hail IDOTS, hail the Snake Pit, 100 days of winning. Let's effing go. Keep my nephew, Gabriel Haynes, 8 years old, needs a bone marrow transplant. F cancer. Love you all. Hail Geeks and Gamers. F you, Jeremy. Great things are coming. Keep the faith. Prayers up for your 8-year-old nephew, Gabriel, for Ruben, man. Sorry to hear that, brother, but I got faith everything's going to pull through, man. Keep us posted, all right? Keep us posted. Scotty Dew says, folks at Geeks Gamers should watch the movie Meet the Feebles. They're not your average, ordinary people. Brock says, remember to stay hydrated and drink water. Hail to Brock. There you go, Brock. Thank you, brother. Drew Barr with a member message. Thank you. Jeremy Pride for $1. Stephen DeLeon says Quinn Ewers will be starting quarterback for the Dolphins. Not going to happen. Net Steeler says paying the fine for being nice to Beardo last week. That's true. Solo Felix says Canada are lost. Apple eating guys stuffed up. Yeah, that's pretty much all we know. Pierre Polyev or whatever his name is. Eric K says Trump rally sounds great, especially with a guest host. It's always a better stream. Guess we'll see what happens. Jake the Movie Geek says, Sunday I saw Revenge of the Sith in theaters. Such an awesome movie, especially on the big screen. Hell yeah, man. I'm so happy Revenge of the Sith's getting more love. It deserves it. My favorite Star Wars movie. The Raven and Writing Desk from Member Messages. Thank you. Earthbound Ian says, super fortunate to have found your channel and community after this election. I can safely say the MAGA crowd, the 199 crew, are the real ones. Hail the 199. Hey, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm glad. I mean, look, we've got a unique corner of the internet around here, man. And you know, thank you for the 2 Dick Butter. Thank you. But we have a very, very like unique audience, and it's crazy, man. No matter what we do, whether it's the panel streams, whether it's, you know, Hollywood, video games, politics, we do a gaming stream, we do a theme park stream. We always have people showing up, man. So I am very, very thankful and humbled by all the support that we get, and it's really amazing. So thank you guys so much. By the way, I just noticed this. Look how close I am to 100,000 followers on Twitter. So I highlighted over it. So look how many. I am 2 followers away from 100,000. I have been stuck at like 998,999 for like, it feels like 2 months now. So I don't know. We'll see if we're able to hit it during the stream. But I've been going like, I'll drop like 30 or 40 followers out of nowhere. It's super weird. I can't believe I have 100,000 followers on Twitter. That is the craziest shit ever. So let's refresh and see what happens. Did I lose or did I gain any? Refresh. I've gained 1. I gained 1. So now we're 1. Next follower will be the 100,000th follower on Twitter. So I guess we may do it live tonight. We'll see. We'll see. Jim P says, your mom doing good. 199. Lock the northern border like the southern. Yeah, I mean, all things considered, you know, it's going to probably be 2 to 3 months before I actually have any clarity on it. But yes, all things considered, she's doing well. My dad's doing well. But there's a lot of nuance that goes along with that. But yeah, as of now, all things are good. It could flip in a moment. And that's the sucky part of all of this. But everybody's going through some shit. I don't want to pretend like my problems are any better or worse than anybody else's. Everybody has problems. And so it's not easy, but you know, I appreciate the well wishes. Nick Hammerschmidt says, you and Ryan having Revenge of the Sith as your favorite Star Wars movie must be the only thing you agree on. Oh, that's pretty funny. Well, I hit 100K? What? Let's see. Holy shit. Look at there. Like, 100,000 followers. That is crazy. Laughing Man said I unfollowed Jeremy. Thank you guys so much. That is insane. 100,000 followers. But yes, well, listen, I think that all bullshit aside, like Ryan is the most knowledgeable Star Wars fan that I know of. If I had to, if I was say like a person like, hey, we need to pick a person, you need to pick someone to represent Star Wars knowledge, I would pick Ryan against anybody I know and anybody I've ever met. I'm not saying he knows every single little detail, but I'm saying in the big scheme of things, because there are probably people that are bigger experts in certain fields within Star Wars than Ryan. But if you're just talking about an overall knowledge of Star Wars without him having to look it up, Ryan knows more than anybody that I've ever met. Like I said, it really is incredible. He knows his shit, man. Harley Dave for 20 says big clap for the clap. Thank you, Harley Dave. Let's see. For the Emperor says, my mom has surgery in the morning, so please pray for her. Prayers up for the Emperor. Prayers up, man. I hear you on that. Prayers up in the chat. People say Theory shaded. Dude, I've not, that's no disrespect to Theory. Theory knows really well, knows the movies and all of that. No doubt. He's admitted this. He doesn't know the EU as well as other people. He's admitted that. It's no disrespect to Theory. What I'm saying is there might be people that have more knowledge in one specific area of Star Wars than Ryan does. But if you're talking about overall Star Wars knowledge, I don't think anybody is close to Ryan. At least anybody I know. And not only that, he's well-spoken, and he doesn't need to look anything up. He could just talk about it off the top of his fucking head. It's absolutely insane. And that's not even just Star Wars. That's Ryan in almost anything. His amount of knowledge on everything is retarded. Fuck Ryan. I'm not complimenting him anymore. He can go straight to hell. He's a piece of shit. He's a terrible person. There. Feel better now? Yeah, Booming Bob says Theory even admits Ryan knows more than him. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Act Natural says, I'm looking forward to finding out who's going to be elected to oversee the surrender of Canada. 51st state, baby. 51st state. Pat Patriot says, Ryan is the most knowledgeable Star Wars fan ever, but Jeremy is the gayest ever. Thank you, Pat Patriot. Nick Hammerschmidt says, 100% I believe you on Ryan being the most knowledgeable after he answered the correct amount of womp rats in a setting. Dude, it's crazy. It really is impressive. Munchie Ninja says, the Angry Cops has a video about it. It's about half an hour long, pretty disturbing, and involves kids. Yikes. I'll check that out. Steel Leg of History says, I have my next fake leg appointment this week, and I'm still having trouble with my ankle, so I'll have to go to the ER quick care to get it checked out. Best wishes to you, brother. Appreciate you, Steel Leg of History. Okay, so we have some things to talk about, and there's a lot to talk about, actually, and I don't even know where to start. I honestly don't know where to start, but one thing I want to start with is, as much as it's a time to celebrate and all of that, there's also, I have criticisms of the Trump administration. I do. And my criticism is something I've mentioned before. And my criticism is the Epstein files. It's one thing if you want to sit there and say, well, that wasn't part of Trump's agenda, all of that. I agree. That was never anything that he made campaign promises about. But the campaign decided to make a mockery of the Epstein file situation with those binders. It was ridiculous what we saw. And here we are all this time later, and we still have nothing. We still don't have any answers on this. And I don't like it. And I think that more Trump supporters need to be vocal about this because it's a problem. I'm trying to find this right now because, DC Drano, I guess they had like a new media thing or some bullshit today. I don't really care about that. Looks like some of my bookmarks are disappearing. Let me pull this up. DC Drano was there, and they had some other people. I guess they had this new media bullshit. And I guess DC Drano asked about the Epstein files. And let me see if I can find it. But yeah, it's like, why is this so difficult right now for us to get some answers on this? It seems like there's something else going on, and I can't ignore that. I just can't. Here it is right here. So DC Drano respectfully pressures the White House on where the remaining Epstein files are and if she has any timeline on their release. And when we might start seeing some arrests. So here's what DC Drano said. Now, first of all, I know they had this whole new media thing or whatever. I think the new media thing, I say this with as much respect as I can. It's a kiss my ass club. It's basically a Vince McMahon kiss my ass club. All the people that are in this new media thing are the kiss my ass club for the Trump administration, MAGA. They just are.
Back.
Like none of these people, like that's what they are. It's a kiss my ass club. So let's listen to this really quick.
My question is about the Epstein files. And a couple months ago, the DOJ released a call phase one of the Epstein files, and they announced that a lot of those files, remaining files, probably the bulk of the files, are actually in the field office. They requested that they be returned the day after. Some legacy media reports show that not only was this file returned to the DOJ, but that hundreds of FBI agents are going from that day after.
Holy shit, what the hell are you doing?
From the DOJ to the FBI, when those files are expected to be released. Also, the United States arrests.
I can
What's
assure
that
you
noise
that
I'm
the
hearing?
Attorney
Is that
General
like your
and the
table?
team at the Department of Justice are working on this diligently. For a specific timeline, I'd have to check in with them, and we can certainly do that.
Listen
for
to
you,
it in the
Rogan,
stream. I
in
don't
the
know
effort
how
of
to describe the
transparency,
noise.
but
I don't know, it sounds like something's like rumbling on the table. What the hell are you doing? Holy shit, what the hell?
Well, the wheel does make noise, but I don't hear it in the stream.
I will tell
You
you,
call me a
the
fucking
Attorney
liar?
General is a bulldog. She is someone you
Yeah,
want
dude.
on your team. And
Bullshit. She has produced nothing. She sat there on national TV and said the Epstein files are on my desk. That was what, a month and a half ago?
and when she wants to get something done, she gets it
You
done.
know,
I've seen her
I
do
knew
it
that
in
Epstein
various
guy.
instances already in her
Yeah,
time
dude.
as Attorney General. And when she
Yeah,
makes
dude,
a
he
promise,
came over
she
to the
keeps it.
house one time.
So I think
Pulled
I
my
don't have a
father's
specific
side,
timeline
it's
on
like,
you for
hey,
that, but I do know
here's
that they're
the
working on
money.
it over there.
Yeah,
And that was
and
it, and then he left.
Anna Paulina Luna tweeted out 2 Epstein victims are now dead. Every day, the DOJ delays releasing the Epstein client list. Public trust erodes and more lives are put at risk. I'm calling on the DOJ and Pam Bondi to act immediately, release the files. The American people deserve the truth. And
Pam
I agree.
Bondi.
I agree with everything she said right there.
You got a fucking sister we don't
We
know
even
about?
had, Epstein right here. This Epstein accuser died by suicide.
Yo, dog, they spelled Bondi
If you
wrong.
believe that,
It's supposed to be with a Y.
I'm sorry, but I don't believe that for a second. And things like this shouldn't be happening right now
Yes.
with Trump in
Yes.
office. They shouldn't. Yet they're still happening. And I think that's bullshit. We shouldn't be dealing with a person that reportedly died by suicide, a person that was abused by Jeffrey Epstein. Why are we still dealing with this? Why did those binders get thrown out there to all of those clowns for them to hold up libs of TikTok and all of that? One of the problems I have, like, again, I want to be clear here. I am very, very happy with 90% of the Trump administration's job that they've done. Phenomenal work. Illegal immigration is in check. Trump has been doing amazing with what he's doing overseas and the tariffs and trying to end the wars. He's bringing trust back to the White House in a lot of ways. There's been a ton of good things that are happening right now. They've even floated out the idea of abolishing the IRS in time. There's a lot of work to be done, but his first 100 days have been absolutely awesome. But this Epstein thing is a problem. I can't just ignore it. I can't just look past it and go, it's not a big deal. It's a big fucking deal. And it needs to be treated as a big deal. So that has to be established right there. That's a big, big problem. I also, while we're on the topic of me having problems with the Trump administration, Trump's tweet about Shador Sanders was absolutely retarded. So if you're not aware of this, it's been a big media narrative because of racism, because apparently it's racist to pick a black quarterback over a black quarterback. So Shador Sanders, who's the quarterback for Colorado, and Deion Sanders' son, who was projected to be a first-round draft choice, fell in the draft after day one, was not drafted. Many people claimed it was for racism. Trump sent out a tweet and basically said all the NFL owners are stupid for not picking Shador Sanders, blah, 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 blah. And then you saw a bunch of MAGA people pick up on it and start to pretend that they care about football, which was nonsense. Shador Sanders fell in the draft for 2 reasons. He was never as talented as the perception of him was, and Deion Sanders. Deion Sanders has been on camera multiple times saying that he's going to make sure that there's a few teams that he won't allow his son to go to. Look, Deion Sanders is one of the greatest football players of all time. I grew up watching Deion Sanders. I thought Deion was unbelievable on the football field and on the baseball field, but as a football player, he's one of the best I've ever seen. And his attitude and his arrogance was he could back it up with his talent. When you can back it up, you can talk shit. Your son ain't you. And for him to talk all that shit, and now the media has flipped this narrative to where Shador Sanders, even though several black players, including black quarterbacks, were picked before him, the media has flipped this narrative to it was racism. I'm like, oh my God, it's insane. But Trump had to get involved in that, and I don't know why, but I had to call that out. That tweet from Trump was just absolutely retarded. Shador Sanders got drafted exactly where he deserved to get drafted. It's that simple. He's arrogant. He's self-centered. He thinks he's better than he is, and he's not worth the trouble. And then you bring his dad into the equation, and you have to deal with 2 divas? So it's ridiculous. So we got Logan Miller with 10 gifted memberships. Let's freaking go. Cam Ward was literally the #1 pick. I know. Thank you, Logan Miller. Jalen Milroe, who's out of Alabama. I don't think he's that great, but he got drafted before, Shador Sanders. He's a black quarterback. When he got drafted, they said it was racist. They said it was racist that Jalen Milroe, a black quarterback, got drafted before Shador Sanders. These are the same people that tell you men can get pregnant. These are the same people that have no grip on reality. It's crazy, dude. Unbelievable. Logan Miller says, new media briefing is cringe AF. Hail chat. Jeremy, you are gay. Yes, it is cringe. Listen, man. I love that the media, the mainstream legacy media, has been destroyed. And I know that you have to have an alternative there, but to me, it just feels like who should be in that media briefing room? Tim Pool or Laura Loomer? You know the answer, and it ain't Tim Pool. Laura Loomer is a far better investigative journalist than Tim Pool. She's also been loyal to President Trump. Tim Pool has not been loyal. Tim Pool literally said Trump was too old to run for president in 2024. That's what he said. Tim Pool said Trump is too old to run for president in 2024. He's too old. He needs to go away. He needs to go away. I just don't understand it, but it is a kiss my ass club. That is what the new media is. It's a kiss my ass club. It's a bunch of MAGA shills that will do anything and everything that's asked of them, and they want to be in the cool kids club. They want to be at Mar-a-Lago. They want to be able to take pictures. They want it for social media clout. They don't want it for the right reasons. They want it for clout. It is what it is. Are they better than the legacy media? Yeah. Are they trustworthy? No. So that's really it. Buster Nut Smash says they will not release any info if they are in the middle of investigating people. Information would drop once arrests are made. Well, I hear you on that, but then they should have never done the binder situation. The binder situation showed that they don't take this thing as seriously as they should be. That's my big problem with it. Panic and Skyfaller says we need to face the harsh reality that we will never see the Epstein files. The only reason they still exist is if Democrats pass them around for blackmail. There was too much time to delete. And if we could just get that answer, then I would at least feel a little better about that. But when Pam Bondi sat there on national TV and says the Epstein files are on my desk and you're going to see some Epstein information released tomorrow, and then you show all of these people that are part of the new media walking out with those binders, libs of fucking TikTok, is now considered a fucking journalist because she grabs TikTok videos of leftists and puts them on Twitter and gets a ton of traction. She's never done any work to actually get it. That, like, I appreciate what Libs of TikTok does, but all she does is take liberals off TikTok and upload them, and she goes viral for it. What the fuck? It's unbelievable. Let's see. Hilaire of Astoras for 10 says the conservative numbers dropped in the polls not because of Trump, but because the liberal base was reinvigorated after having Carney in the new party leader. Polls are very close now, though. I am hearing that. I'll have to look and see. I hope there's a better turnout than what they were anticipating, especially like on Poly Market and stuff like that. So, Panic the Skyfaller says, Blue Ball Bondi. Vault 95 says, I had a good weekend passing Beardo and X followers. Did you? Nice. Zioni says, leftists are saying Trump is covering his track. I don't believe that. I don't, but I do believe, what I truly believe is there's probably some powerful people that Trump probably knows that are caught up in it. Maybe. That's my only theory on it. I don't think Trump's involved in it at all directly. I don't believe that at all. But I believe that there's some people that Trump maybe knows that might be caught up in it. So, you know, let me see here. Lex Luthor says Jeremy was on FNT with Nick Freitas. Is that how you say his name? He knows better than most the truth about the binder situation. The binder situation is nothing compared to what he's making out to be. Guess what? We still don't have any fucking answers. So until we have answers, yes, the binder situation is a fucking joke. How they played it, how they portrayed it, and the fact that we're still asking, and the fact that an Epstein victim just committed suicide according to the media, which none of us believe. So yes, that binder situation is a stain on the administration. I don't give a fuck what actually happened. The optics of it are fucking terrible, and people are asking questions, and we want answers. We want answers. Simple as that. So, the reason I'm still talking about it is because someone just, quote unquote, you know, self-deleted that was tied up in it, and we still don't have answers. Yet we got that binder situation, which was disastrous. And I'm sick and tired of, like, you know, people trying to cover for that. Like, it's not a good situation, no matter how much you love Trump. Look at here. Oh, man. ALX just tweeted this out. So this is about the Canadian election. Apparently the Canadian website has gone down as polls close. What? Here we go.
Yeah, one developing story, Omar, that we're keeping a close eye on. The Elections Canada website appearing to be down for some Canadians, for many right now going on the website. This is what they're seeing. We actually experienced it here in our breaking news center as well.
Holy shit. Are you kidding me?
So we were able to get on another computer, though some people taking to social media tonight, sending out tweets like this on X. Patrick saying elections.ca isn't working for me. Does anyone else have this issue? An obvious concern, Rachel.
Yes. Damn. That is wild. Let me see. Is there any like live coverage on YouTube maybe on this? kind of like going after a Nintendo Switch 2, man. The websites just keep crashing. So Canada elections. Let's see if we can get Canadian election. Well, let's see. Is there any live coverage? What is this?
Demand letter to Mark Carney or to the next prime minister, whoever that happens to be, and actually threatened a national unity crisis if she doesn't get her way on those policies. It will be interesting to see if Mark Carney wins as expected, and what Premier Danielle Smith has to say about that come tomorrow. She's planning to have a press that we are in South Edmonton, of course, where Edmonton's Mayor Amarjeet Sohi is looking to retake a seat in Ottawa. Former
404 democracy not found. That's really good. Harley Dave says Democrats love to cheat everywhere. It's what they do best right there. A boot. Listen, all I know is the greatest Canadian to ever live is Bret the Hitman Hart. Bret the Hitman Hart, his face should be all over the currency of Canada. He should run Canada. Bret the Hitman Hart should run. He's the only, when I think of Canada, I think of Bret the Hitman Hart. I've said this 100,000 times, but like Bret the Hitman Hart, let's see, Bret Hart, Canada. Like this picture of Bret Hart is the most Canadian picture of all time. Somebody says Wayne Gretzky. Yeah, I can see that too. But like, look, man, seriously. Have you ever seen a more Canadian picture than this? There's never been a... That is Canada right there. That should be on the Canadian currency. The most Canada picture ever made right there. Come on now. You don't know who he is? You don't know who Bret the Hitman Hart is?
Yo, dog.
Bret the Hitman Hart is a legitimate superhero.
You got the poll numbers?
The excellence of execution. The best there is, the best there was, and the best there ever will be. Bret the Hitman Hart.
What is it called? Like where it's like a picture and then it has writing. Is that a meme or is another name for that?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, someone. It's the meme of the black kid doing like the face like the what you mean face kind of thing. And it says you can't afford groceries and rent and you still vote Liberal.
Yeah, pretty much. It's fucking ridiculous, man.
The Hart Foundation, that's right. So I'll keep an eye on it. I mean, we'll see. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of bullshit that happens throughout the night. But we do need to talk about President Trump because the first 100 days are here. And Trump says he's having a lot of fun. So let's hear what he has to say.
It sounds like he's feeling very good in this new interview. Take a listen here.
One of the things that a couple of your advisors have told us is that you're having a lot of fun this time.
I am.
That there's just
I'm having a lot of fun considering what I do. You know, what I do is such serious stuff.
Serious stuff indeed. The president marking his 100-day milestone with a huge focus on immigration, with stunning raids in 2 separate states, one at a migrant nightclub, resulting in the arrest of hundreds of illegal immigrants. And the White House, well, they were up early today lining...
This is... How can you not love this administration? They're literally putting illegal immigrants' pictures on the lawn with the crimes that they have committed. It's the greatest thing ever. How can you not love this man and love this administration? Again, I can have criticisms, and I do, but holy shit.
The lawn with posters displaying alleged illegal immigrants' mugshots and crimes they committed. They also held a rare early morning briefing with the border czar, Tom Homan.
This is unprecedented success.
The border secure. President Trump saving lives. President Trump has proven no one does it better than President Trump. There is no equal, it's not even close. This is a border emergency until we end it, end all of it. You can argue against us all you want and protest all you want, but when you cross that line, I've said this 1,000 times, when you cross that line through impediment or knowingly harboring, concealing an illegal alien device, you will be prosecuted. Judge your mind.
And so much for nobody is above the law. The media sure seems to have forgotten its favorite slogan from the days of Trump's legal problems after the arrest of a Milwaukee judge accused of helping an illegal immigrant in her courtroom escape ICE agents.
This is all a clown show.
Wants to be king. A king doesn't have a constitution. A king just does whatever he wants. This is a constitutional crisis.
It strikes me as maybe something illegal. But it also strikes me as something heroic. People are sometimes called to do civil disobedience.
Arresting a judge. Are you kidding me? That is a sign of weakness, not strength.
What? I thought no one was above the law. I thought no one was above the law.
I thought the whispering was over. That was Biden, and Rachel Maddow got in on that. 100 days is a time for a little reflection in the White House saying here.
I will say, I would argue that, again, of course, it's easy for me to say this within my lifetime, but that's like, I try to only judge things that I've been around for. This is why when I talk about like all-time great football players or baseball players or basketball players, I only talk about the people I've seen. I don't know what it was like in the 50s or the 60s. I don't know. So I judge people that I've seen. So in my lifetime, there's clearly never been a president this impactful. Not even close. I mean, these 100 days from Trump has been absolutely insane. And I don't think we fully appreciate it enough. This is legendary stuff what we're dealing with here. I know I started out with the negatives because I think it's important. I do enough praise of Trump, and I think it's important to start out with the negatives because I do have some negatives, but holy shit, man, the big scheme of things is it is crazy awesome. And you know what else is crazy awesome? Legalize adulthood for a proper 199. Dave Rubin called. He said he wants Sydney Sweeney. Oh my God. I had to explain to him that Sydney is a chick. Fuck you, legalize adulthood, for even saying that. Oh my God. And her last name is Sweeney. His response, oh, never mind. So happy to see this judge being perp walked, F around, find out. LFG. Damn you for that. Damn you for that. Yeah, so look, man, the thing that makes it so great is that Trump supporters will hold Trump accountable. They will call Trump out, and Trump listens. Trump listens to the feedback because he doesn't like negativity. He likes for his supporters to be appreciative of what he's doing, and he reads the room very well, and he will adjust when he needs to.
The speed with which they're working is unbelievable. It's like we have 2 press conferences every day. It's like you feel you're actually working in the Oval Office. But let's talk about those 100 people who were arrested. During the Biden administration, 170 911 calls, emergency calls, and nothing was done about this club where these TDA gangbangers and everyone else are doing drugs, you know, selling guns, doing all kinds of illegal stuff, prostitution, you name it. It's an organized criminal enterprise. So kudos to Pam Bondi for getting involved in there. And now, what the president does and his administration is takes a picture of every one of them, puts them outside the White House with their photo and what crime they're charged with. Excellent. Because punishment is not enough in these cases. They have to be socially ostracized.
Yes.
And that's what we did in the public square when we were a young country. Everyone knew what was going on and who was charged with what. So, as far as I'm concerned, those individuals who want to blur their faces on the left, they say we should blur them.
It's everything's, there's a lot of nuance involved with a lot of different things, but like when you're leading a group of people per se, okay, My rule as a leader, here's my rule, okay? My rule has always been I always handle things privately with people. I never want to throw shade to anybody. I never want to disrespect anybody publicly or anything like that. Unless you disrespect me publicly. I will never, like, people that work with me or work for me or anything like that. Like, I handle things behind the scenes. I never want to throw shade or anything like that. And I think for the most part, I've had a really good track record with that. Most of the people that have ever been with G&G, if they've left with me doing it privately, by not throwing any shade and not making a big deal of it, all of that. There are times where if you have to make an example of somebody to set the tone, it's kind of like, I remember the stories about Tom Brady as a football player and how Bill Belichick, who we can talk about Bill Belichick, I think he's overrated as fuck as a coach, but when you had Tom Brady, it allowed you to do so much more. But he would dress down Tom Brady in front of the team. Like, he would call Tom Brady out. Even though Tom Brady is the greatest of all time and he was the most important player, he had an agreement with Tom, like, hey, I've got to call you out. I've got to check you in front of the team so that the whole team understands that you're not above criticism, just like none of them are above it. Everybody gets checked. That's how it has to be. Trump is operating on a whole different level right now. And this behavior to publicly expose criminals is the best method I've ever seen in this situation, hands down. We're going to publicly mock you and shame you. We're going to publicly embarrass you for the crimes that you have committed as illegal immigrants in our country. Not only is he using them, but he's also sending a signal to everyone else. This is your fate right here if you fuck with us. It's absolutely awesome. It really is.
Why? Do they have privacy rights? Are they even citizens here? So, but let's move on to the judge. This judge should be removed from the bench. All right?
Jay's here. What's up, Jay?
No one knows better what she was doing than she herself. She made it clear in terms of her actions and in her words, her intent and in what she did. What's even more egregious here with this judge is that this defendant, who was in a courthouse, which was the essence of accountability, and for her, it's an escape. But what she did was, this guy was in court for a trial on a domestic violence case. 2 witnesses and victims were in the courtroom with the prosecution about to go forward, and this judge decides that she's going to move him out of the courthouse, tells ICE, you go see the other judge, the chief administrative judge, to get them out of the way, and creates a danger in the public so that there could be a shootout, and other people could be harmed as well. But let me finally say that I want to know everything about this judge. If this judge went so far as to try to get an illegal on trial for domestic violence out of the courthouse so that he not be held accountable, I want to know how many of these cases have been dismissed. I want to know how many victims have had a case go forward where their rights were protected, what the prosecutors have to say about this judge, because it's not enough.
That's a good point.
For her to just be charged with this crime. Yeah. And by the way, she may have judicial immunity, but only for judicial acts. This is not a judicial act.
Those questions crossed my mind too. In the kickoff to the first one, the first 100 days, the administration led with their strong foot, which is the border security and immigration. Good idea?
I suppose so. But first of all, the first 100 days is a media creation, right? It's just designed as a hook for producers to come up with an angle in the summer. Because what else are we going to do right now? There's nothing really going on. The criticism, though, about Trump's 100 days is marred by one thing. They claim Republicans are critical. They're not. They love what they see.
We'll come back to this in just a minute, but what the fuck? This is the Canadian elections right now. Look at how Mark Carney's number, or his chances on Polymarket, tanked. The Pierre guy skyrocketed. And is this like when the website went down? And then suddenly the chances went way back up? What is happening? Now, again, this is Polymarket, so this is just odds. These are just odds. So I just want to make sure that's clear. These are just odds. But still, that is very strange right there. Of course, this is Mark Mitchell. We've had him on before. He's from Rasmussen. He's a good dude. That is wild. So, but anyway, I just saw that and I wanted to show everybody that. Let's get back to this, and I'll keep an eye on everything.
They just want more. And then when you look at the Democrats' criticism, you have to ask the follow-up question. What is it that's bothering you? They don't have an answer because they actually have no solutions. It's always these platitudes like Chuck Schumer. It's a constitutional crisis. What does that really mean? Can you point to anything? But it is only 100 days, and yet it feels like 1,000. It's because Trump does easily 10 times what any previous president does. It's like he went from a dial-up modem to 5G. It's like I don't have to sit in front of my laptop and wait for something to happen. He says it and it happens. And you're right. He basically pointed to the to the stands, the bleachers, and said, "I'm going to hit a home run," and he did that on illegal immigration. He didn't just end it. I mean, he flattened it. And by doing that, he exposed that the Democrats have been lying all the time when they were saying their hands were tied. Well, it looks like their hands had blood on.
Watching Elon Musk parade around the world as the new emperor of all, along with his buddy Donald Trump, I am deeply concerned for the next election. In Canada, I think
I'm gonna put on pause. This is a real person. She looks like a rabbit. She looks like the dog out of the cartoons with the jowls hanging down, like out of the Disney, the Acme cartoons. This is a real human, and she's not making a joke right now.
Buddy Donald Trump, I am deeply concerned for the next election. In Canada, I think Musk interfered
on him because they let a lot of criminals in that killed people. He also crushed the structural racism of DEI. He fulfilled his promise to get women out of sports. And that was quick, and now you have imposters like Slotkin going, well, it really wasn't an important issue at all. Well, if it wasn't that important, why were you so cowardly in not actually defending the women and the girls who are subject to that travesty? The only thing that's kind of out there's a couple of things. Tariffs, you can't judge that in 100 days. But as predicted, the people that were screaming about the massive drop in the stock market are not saying a word about it returning to normal or near normal. And we also have to think about Doge. Are we even close to the goal necessary to prevent economic collapse? No. And everything we just talked about is pointless unless we solve that.
Okay, and Jesse, let me go to you next. We'll save Harold for last so you can,
Why?
Well, I figured we were just on a roll.
Sure, let's keep
this
going.
roll going. Can you keep the roll
I
going?
just love that Trump put these signs on the wall. Only a president who watches cable news all day could come up with a stunt like that. He's like, you know what? You wanted to see my mugshot? Well, here's Jose's mugshot, and he's going home. Adios. This is in the back of every single live shot all day long, and they can't do anything about it. But they did it at MSNBC, Dana. They pixelated the faces. Now, we have a thing in cable television. You only blur...
No, they didn't. MSNBC blurred the faces? Are you kidding me? Oh, no. Good Lord. I can't believe that.
Live shot all day long, and they can't do anything about it. But they did it at MSNBC, Dana. They pixelated the faces. Now, we have a thing in cable television. You only blur faces of minors. They're blurring the faces of people convicted of raping
criminals.
Minors.
Yes.
And why are they coddling these people? And as you know, there was a school of thought during the time of, I believe, European imperialism. It is known as the noble savages. Now, the Western elites believed that these indigenous people were almost more morally superior to the West because they were in harmony with nature. They were pure. They were uncorrupted by the materialism of modern society. So they were put on a pedestal, and they were not allowed to be characterized as evil in any way. And this is what the modern left is doing with these people. They are coddling them and protecting them. And even if they do something bad, it's blurred out, it's ignored, because you have to keep that the same way. The judges are doing it too. They're making planes turn around. They're keeping these guys in their homes, MS-13, and now they're aiding and abetting the escape. They have sworn to administer justice, and then they're letting these people escape justice by putting themselves and the criminal above the law. And if Trump tries to execute the law, he's not allowed to do that. I have a law in my family. The children are not allowed to sleep or sit or touch the floor of an airport. We were at the airport today. What does Jesse Jr. do? The kid sits. He knows I can't stand that. I say, Jesse, you can't sit on the floor of the airport. He goes, okay. You know what he does? He squats. He did that on purpose. And I pick him up. And then you know what he does? He steals his sister's bag, sits on the bag. That's violating the spirit of the law in my family. So I grab him, I pull it up like that. Now, I'm allowed to administer justice. I'm allowed to execute the law of the land. It's my family. And if someone was to come in and say, your son's allowed to sit on the floor, or you're not allowed to pull your son up from the airport floor, that would be dangerous. Because if you allow that, you have chaos. Keep it rolling, Harold.
Yeah, Harold, I'm gonna vote.
That was pretty good right there. Now, we had today, Tom Homan steps up to the podium and just, dude, I love this guy.
Each year when Mexico is not going to pay for it? Is that what you're saying?
Let's address that. Trump said Mexico won't pay for the wall. They have in a roundabout way, have they not? Putting 10,000 military on the northern and southern border, taking the action they did, remain in Mexico. They didn't have to do that. They're doing it. Putting military on the southern border. Have moved illegal immigration to a record low. We're saving millions of dollars every day on detention, transportation, removal proceedings. We've more than made up for the cost of that wall because the actions of Mexico. So is Mexico helping build that wall? Yeah, because we're saving so much money, millions of dollars a day, that we can afford to build that wall. So actually, yes, they're helping to build a wall.
Dude, he's such a badass. I've said this 1,000 times, and I don't mean this in a disrespectful way. If you've been in retail like me, Tom Homan reminds me of that good old country boy that was the meat department manager, the meat cutter. You know, like your good old small town grocery store, you know, and you're like, you go up there to the supermarket and ask for Tom. Tom will take care of it. He just looks like he's a meat department manager. But now he's just making America great again instead. He's awesome. He is such a badass. I love this dude so much. Let's listen to the 5 round this out. Let's see if Harold can stick the landing.
After that.
I'm taking notes on airport rules for my kid. I think those are good rules. Good to be back with everybody. I'd say a couple things. FDR was the first person to talk about the first 100 days because the country was in economic disrepair and the country wanted to know what happened the first 100 days. The polling we see today, there's some good things for the president. You mentioned some of the DEI stuff, some of the gender stuff, and obviously some of the immigration and really the border. The president's numbers are mid-50s. I'm part of the mid-50s if it sounds like what the president's doing.
By the way, there's a huge psyop going on right now to try to tell you that President Trump's poll numbers are the worst we've seen in, I don't know, God knows how long. We're going to talk about that in a little bit. But yes, that whole thing has started. They're also working on impeachment for President Trump. We're going to talk about that. It's 100% bullshit. And the media has almost no leg to stand on because nobody's listening to them anymore.
Doing on the border, we cut down on people crossing. I'd probably be with the mixed group. It was about 48, depending on which poll who looked at how the president was doing on immigration. I have a different opinion about the judge. I think the judge in the case in Milwaukee and the ICE agents were wrong. I don't think you correct that wrong by arresting her. They got that guy they wanted. And I think the Chief Justice there should, let me just finish. I think the Chief Judge should say that you shouldn't, if we're harboring anybody, we shouldn't be doing that. 3, as much as the president was good on the border, we shouldn't kid ourselves, and no one around the table should. The reason the president was elected was the border and the economy. We talked about inflation and the high prices. Dana has said this before. It's the next 100 days that are most important. But if President Trump's numbers were high on the economy, then the president wouldn't be upside down on his approval ratings. He has the lowest approval in 100 days, first 100 days,
here we go.
since they've done polling, which was since 1945. And that's because the economy and how people are feeling about their economic futures are down. Now, I'm consistent on this. When President Biden and his team were telling the American people that they were doing better than the numbers suggested, I came on this show and others and said there are a long line of politicians who are sitting at home today because they tried to tell people you're doing better than you think you are. 70% of those polled believe that we are at or near a recession. A little more than that number believes that we're not doing right on tariffs, whatever anyone around the table wants to say about tariffs. And about that same number, don't like all of the cuts in government. They like the idea, and they believe that we can shrink and get out the redundancies and the fraud and abuse, but they think we can be doing it a little bit better. But I end on this. Democrats shouldn't show too much glee here. We have to offer ideas ourselves. The first 100 days, the president did not end the war in Ukraine, like he said, in 24 hours. He did not end all the fighting in the Middle East, and he certainly hasn't reduced prices. But guess what? That is not redounded to our benefit yet. It will only redound when we actually start talking about ideas and we put forward positive plans for the future.
Well, then,
and that's the next segment.
Well, then you're not going to like the next segment.
Well, I mean, it is true. I wish Trump would have never said 24 hours when he was talking about Ukraine and Russia, because he said that a lot during his administration. And I don't know, he's putting emphasis on it. It's a good selling point. It's a good thing to say. But it's not completely within his... he doesn't have all the power in this situation right now. It's kind of hard to put the toothpaste back into the tube. So it's not his mess per se, but he's having to try to clean it up. But he's the one that put himself on the line by saying that. And clearly it was a much more complicated situation than he was probably selling it to be. But I get it. You know, it's not like he hasn't tried. It's not like he hasn't. But I mean, 100 days in, when you said you would have it done in 24 hours, that's a valid criticism. And this is the thing about the liberals, man. There's valid criticisms of Trump. Like, if you want to criticize Donald Trump, go for it. There's valid things to say. No one's saying you can't. I personally, like, my fandom for Trump, my support for Trump is just as much about the liberals, and it's basically me saying go fuck yourself, as it is the fact that I like Trump. I've always liked Trump, but it's the hysteria surrounding him and the liberals and the way that they behave and their weaponization of politics that has made me a bigger fan of Trump. And as I've said many times, the reason I talk about Trump so much is to trigger these fucking weirdos, because I don't ever want someone to become a fan of me based on Geeks and Gamers or video games or sports and then find out, oh my God, he's a Trump supporter, I can't support him. I need you to know right here and right now, I'm a Trump supporter. If that bothers you, then fuck off. It's that simple. Because I don't have time for you know, little bitty sensitive bitches to be following me around on social media and then get triggered over one issue. I don't like single issue voters. I don't like people that base everything off of one in particular opinion that, oh, well, you have to, I can't support this person anymore because they have an opinion I don't agree with. I'm always going to have opinions you don't agree with. That's called life. The reason I keep wearing this Mario hoodie is because one person in my comments said, you made good points, but I can't take you seriously wearing the Mario hoodie. Well, I'm gonna fucking wear it even more now. That's literally the only reason I keep wearing it. And every time I think like, oh, I'm gonna put like my black hoodie on, or, you know, my Geeks and Gamers is like, no, let's just keep wearing the Mario hoodie because that fucking guy said he can't take me seriously wearing a Mario hoodie. I'm gonna keep fucking wearing it so you can't take me seriously, because if your brain is so sensitive to the fact that I'm wearing a fucking video game character hoodie that you can't take me seriously, I'm gonna keep working towards your insecurities because I think it's funny. So I'll keep doing it. That's just how I'm programmed to do. So yeah, my support for Trump is, it's equally as much about Trump as it is about the left-leaning weirdos, because I am old school where I never cared to put my politics out there. I never felt like it was important. I still didn't feel it was important even after 2016, after I voted for Trump. I didn't feel that putting my politics out there for everyone, I never felt that was necessary, because I was, you know, I grew up in a time where it's like, hey, you have your opinions, but things you don't really talk about is religion and politics. That's kind of how, you know, I grew up. You don't talk about religion and you don't talk about politics at the dinner table. That's essentially how it was. You know, you could talk about anything else, but you leave those two things. And the left decided that they were going to weaponize anybody that supported Trump. They're going to find out who are these business leaders that support Trump. We're going to expose them. So I decided might as well just go ahead and make it part of my online, identity. If this is how you want to do it, then let me just tell you who I am. Just whip it out on the table and slap it down so you can witness it for yourself. That's the way I looked at it. Fuck these liberals. They need to be constantly reminded that we don't care about their opinions on anything. Yes, there are valid criticisms of Trump. None of their criticisms about Trump are valid. They're all from a left-wing psychopathic perspective that don't have any grip on reality. That's why they can't be taken seriously. Let's see. Buster Nut Smash says, I disagree. David Cronenberg is the best Canadian. Bret Hart, baby. He put him in a sharpshooter. Thank you, Buster Nut Smash. I appreciate it. Jeff Hill says, 100 days of Donald Trump, who's the best president in my lifetime, and I'm 51. And oh, by the way, I never forgot that match with Bret Hart and Stone Cold. It was just put into the Hall of Fame for WWE, and I agree with that. It's arguably the greatest wrestling match ever. The Stone Cold versus Bret Hart match at WrestleMania, an all-timer. And with no gimmicks, no BS, no title on the line. It was just two dudes wanting to beat the hell out of each other. Perfect storytelling. Perfect storytelling. John freaking Murdoch, 450, and it's not showing up in my StreamYard for some reason. In all fairness, I can't take Jeremy seriously no matter what he wears, especially with the facial hair. I do prefer the MAGA hoodie, though. No homo. Thank you, John freaking Murdoch. Appreciate you, brother. Good to see you. I know. I was like, man, I didn't stream Friday. I'm like, John Murdoch is going to be pissed because I'm not streaming, But in all reality, so what I did on Friday, so I had, I got tied up on a local stream. And again, gayest name ever, I understand. But Locals is essentially a Patreon alternative. That's where you can support us. We do a lot over there. And Friday, I actually streamed, Beardo was covering Friday Night SmackDown. So after Friday Night Tights, I then jumped over there. And that stream lasted like 3 hours. And when I was done, I was thinking about doing a late Cobra cast. But as you know, like I said, my mom is dealing with some heart issues right now. And we've got to keep her heart rate down. So she can't do anything that kind of gets her, heart rate up. And I get done, and I go over there, and I go into her house, and she's watching Endgame. I'm like, what are you doing? She goes, I'm watching Endgame. I was like, you ever seen Endgame? No, this is the first time. Did you watch Infinity War? Yeah, I get really excited too. Like, Mom, you can't fucking watch Endgame if you got to keep your heart rate down. She's all like hooked. And I'm like, I got to sit here and watch Endgame with you now because you're going to get too worked up. So I was like, you can't watch Endgame and Infinity War if your heart, because she gets really invested, all right? Dang it. Because my dad was out of town working. So I was like, what are we doing? No, I got to sit here with you and watch you. So I couldn't stream. So I personally, I love Endgame. I know it's got problems. I'm unapologetic. I love it. Infinity War is the best Marvel movie ever, though. But I absolutely, from a fan service standpoint, I love Endgame. I got a couple problems with the ending for sure. And yeah, logic, there's a lot of logical problems with the movie. But I fucking love that movie, man. I love it. It just brought back good memories to watch Endgame. So it was pretty cool. It's been a long time since I saw it. So, Swords and Starships for 20 says, Commander, a salute for defending Interstellar, the ultimate journey across time and space against Drinker and Mahler. I'm working on a video paying tribute to Nolan's best film on my channel. It's not impossible. It's necessary. Hell yes. Thank you, Swords and Starships. Hey, Interstellar is my favorite movie of all time. I will never apologize for that. I think it's... I don't like saying this because it comes off like, a weird... When people say this, it comes from an elitist standpoint, and I don't mean it like this, but I truly believe that to fully appreciate Interstellar, you need to be a parent. I just think you do. It doesn't mean that you're automatically going to love it if you're a parent, but I think to maximize Interstellar, if as a parent, it hits you differently. And as I've said, my daughter was the same age as Murph when that movie came out. So it hits me on a whole different level that it's kind of like hard to argue it or stuff like that. But like, I do think Interstellar is a great movie. I think it has some issues, but on an emotional level, I think Interstellar is as good as you're ever going to see from a parental standpoint. Luis C for 10 says, not to start any drama, but Nerdrotic has been spreading rumors about you, alleging that you're not gay and that you like women. Is this true? Who is this Nerdrotic guy you're talking about, by the way? I don't really care for gay hippie YouTubers. I kind of keep my distance from gay hippie YouTubers. Nerdrotic sounds like a gay hippie YouTuber. Probably just like cruising around in a fucking, psychedelic van. I could see that, right? Thank you, Louis C. Drunken Jedi says, man, I live in Colorado Springs with this busting raid. I feel more safe. That's the point right there. That's the point. And you should be. You're not. Obviously, there's still going to be some problems, and you can't feel 100% safe. But yeah, you should feel more safe with all of this. Panic and Skyfaller says Trump fooled the left into openly supporting China, Wall Street, MS-13, hatred of Jews, government corruption, taking away jobs, vandalizing, all while approval numbers for Dems is at an all-time low. Donald Trump is the greatest troll of all time. He absolutely is the greatest troll of all time. There's nobody close. That is the art of the deal here. He says, this is the exact way every professional athlete should act. How Saquon Barkley, because I personally don't know if Saquon is an actual Trump supporter or not, and it doesn't really matter. Who cares? But here's what Saquon had to say. Right here. He says, LOL, some people are really upset because I played golf and flew to the White House with the president. Maybe I just respect the office, not a hard concept to understand. Just golfed with Obama not too long ago and look forward to finishing my round with Trump. Now get out of my mentions with all these politics and have an amazing day. That's exactly how it should be right there. Maybe I just respect the office. What a crazy, crazy concept right there. Why is Twitter down right now for anybody else? Look at this. I hit refresh, but nothing's happening. I don't know if Twitter's down for anybody else. No? Well, what do you That's weird that tweet wasn't loading, so. But either way, it's fine. Saquon Barkley handling it the right way. You know who's not handling it the right way? Jalen Hurts. Now, I've always been a fan of Jalen Hurts. I've always liked Jalen Hurts because he was at the University of Alabama. I thought he was a great leader. He handled, everything perfectly when he got benched for Tua Tagovailoa. He handled it like a true leader should. Then he eventually transferred to Oklahoma and had a good career there. Became an NFL starting quarterback, and then won a Super Bowl. But he is a little bitch because he decided a scheduling conflict would not allow him to go to the White House today. So a really, really bad leader when it comes to that. Now, I've always thought he was a good leader on the football field, but yeah, man, the fact that he would not show up to the White House with his teammates, pretty bad. So we'll see if that has any impact moving forward on how he proceeds with his team. But I was very disappointed. Very, very disappointed. Okay, let's see here. So it looks like I'm looking at the Canadian numbers right now, and another? No way. These Canadian numbers are kind of crazy, so let's see. Well, the poly market stuff, I don't know if poly market should be taken seriously or not. I really have no idea. But it does look like Mark Carney is running away with it, which is kind of what we expected. That Pierre guy just continues to talk shit about President Trump. It's very, very, very weird that guy has decided to make Trump part of his, attacking Trump part of his narrative, but I guess whatever. We also had Caroline Leavitt announces that President Trump will require truck drivers to be proficient in English to drive on U.S. roads by an executive order.
And then the third executive order, which actually speaks to the heart of your question earlier about the Uber drivers, will be a order directing the Department of Transportation to English literacy tests for our truckers. This is a big problem in the trucking community that, unless you're in that community, you might not know, but there's a lot of communication problems between truckers on the road, with federal officials and local officials as well, which obviously is a public safety risk. So we're going to ensure that our truckers, who are the backbone of our economy, are all able to speak English. That's a very common sense policy in the United States of America, so the president will be signing that later.
Hell yes. I've told you before, I remember going down to South Florida, it was right on the outskirts of Miami, and I went into a Walmart, and I literally felt like I was the market. There wasn't anyone there speaking English. The PA, they were not speaking English on the PA. I couldn't ask a person there that worked there a question. No one seemed to know English, and I'm like, what is happening to this fucking country? Are you kidding me? I mean, at no point should a citizen of the United States of America ever be in that situation in one country. It was crazy. Couldn't believe it. Like, what the fuck is happening right now? John freaking Murdoch says no worries about Friday conference. Thank you, John. I appreciate it, brother. Z-Herb says, turned 13 when Interstellar dropped. Watched it for my birthday. I still remember it. The movie is fantastic. And I'm sure anyone says it's by far Nolan's best. Yes, Dunkirk is worse than Dark Knight Rises. That movie is underrated. I don't think Dunkirk's something I need to revisit. I'm not that high on Dunkirk. I don't hate it. I don't hate anything. However, I think Tenet is his worst movie personally. I'm really worried about Odyssey. I'm really worried about Odyssey. I just because Ellen Page is in it, and also that fucking nut job John Leguizamo was in it. The casting is very strange, but we'll talk about that later. I don't want to. I'll talk about that. The Odyssey was really strange. Now, Dunkirk. I saw Dunkirk in 70mm IMAX. I thought it was a great theatrical experience, and I've seen it a couple of times. I like Dunkirk because it's not so much. It's not Saving Private Ryan. A lot of people think it's about like, oh, I'm gonna go in there and just see like all out. It's not like that. It's about how he plays the time within that movie. I like Dunkirk. I love The Dark Knight Rises. I think The Dark Knight Rises is a disaster, but I love it anyway. It's a meme. I can literally just respond with Bane memes all day long on Twitter and have a full conversation. Bane memes are the greatest thing ever. Bane posting is the greatest thing ever. Yes, Interstellar. Let's see here. That one. Z-Herb says, what's up, pig? And then Kyle Caro says, all hail Mills. I mean, Patriotic Eagle says, speaking of football, unless I'm mistaken, Obama was a big sports guy, but never went to a Super Bowl. I don't think Obama ever went to a Super Bowl. I'll be honest, I don't think Obama was actually a sports guy. I think that Obama being portrayed as a sports guy was an attempt to cover up the fact that he was gay. That's what I think. I think that's exactly what that was. They wanted to, like, hey, Mr. President, we know you're gay as fuck, but we need to give you an image that you're a sports guy to make you look macho and tough. That's what I think. This is Memphis Trump NFL owner. Remember the USFL. Gold Nuggets went in on Epstein files despite Dragon Ass says, unpopular Star Wars take. Attack of the Clones over Return of the Jedi. Rogue One over Mando seasons 1 and 2 are tied for 4th place. The need for new for the Revenge of the Sith and then Empire Strikes Back. Nice knowing. Alright, I gotta unpack that. Attack of the Clones over Return of the Jedi? Stop. Rogue One over the Phantom. Phantom. No. Mando seasons 1 and 2 tied in 4th place. I don't hate your top 3 though, but everything else is just bad. Alright? Everything else is really bad. But I respect it. Legalized Donuts yelling at me. I'm in for $2. Oh. No, I did. I highlighted it. It was when we were listening to the threw shade at my monkey, and now I can't see it. I did highlight that one. You missed my $2 super, you big. Are you throwing shade on me? Oh, man. So today I responded with about the Revenge of the Sith. I responded that it's my favorite Star Wars movie, and man, that got a discussion going. So right here, episode 3 Revenge of the Sith re-released earned 42.2 million global at the box office. And I said my favorite Star Wars movie, thank you, George. And I stand by it. Now a lot of people are like, I can't believe you said that, Jeremy. I didn't say it's the best Star Wars movie. I said it's my favorite. There's a big difference. The best Star Wars movie is Empire Strikes Back. That's not even a joke, right? Empire Strikes Back is the best Star Wars movie, but Revenge of the Sith is my favorite Star Wars. Okay? And it's not always been like that. Revenge of the Sith has just gotten better over time. It's just gotten better. The more I've watched it, the more time has passed, the more I've become to appreciate Revenge of the Sith. I love the opening battle. I love Revenge of the Sith. Let's see. Patriotic Eagle says, when MSNBC was worried for no shots, why didn't they worry themselves? After all, to America. Godzilla Greaser says, from the same polls that said Kamala was doing it to win in a landslide. Exactly. Dark Dowdy says, the left is fighting to protect criminals while fighting to kill the unborn. Fentanyl Floyd says, why do people take approval ratings as gospel from polling firms that get elections wrong? According to them, Kamala won Iowa and an electoral landslide. That's right. Warbringer says, understand Overcast isn't on more often, though. Understand that your present circumstances. Is it gay that I've grown accustomed to your family? It's very gay. It's very gay. Very gay. Thank you for the super chat. Eric Day says, you make great points at what conversation man from Alabama wearing Mario. Brock and Christian Rip Jean. Nick Hammersmith says, hey, Jeremy, they're going to be more hoodie, shirt, merch, and these gamers in the future. I have a hoodie with these gamers in there. Yes, here. I'm glad you asked. Yes, there is. Southeastern Hydra says, saw the left attack Reagan, then W, but it's worse with Trump because they loved him before he beat her and then won again to the pain hell. Yeah, I mean, listen, I hated George W. Bush. I think I bought in for the first couple of years, and then I was like, and then I realized how horrible Bush was. But the left did attack him, but he kind of deserved it, to be fair. Madney says, could 100 Alabamians kill a gorilla barehanded? I've seen that whole conversation going on online, and I don't know what it's about. I'm a little confused. 40 ounces. I don't like when you wear cowboys but drive emails hidden. Yes, that means that you need to wear it more often. No. It's just the fact that, like, I'm not going to wear something that I've never worn before. I know, I understand. Yeah, I'm not going to wear something I've never worn before. But if I'm wearing something making a point and then somebody just like, I can't believe you wore that, well, I'll fucking wear it again. I don't know why I'm like that. I just think. Lean back says, I can't take Jeremy seriously when he keeps dropping gifties. How gay do you have to be to buy or chat gloves? Like, unfollow. Nightcall says, you and me going through the same thing with your mom, from one loving son to another, best wishes, brother. Thank you. I appreciate that. Accident Seller says, inner gay blur. Ha ha ha. Dr. William says, neurotic sounds like a lifelong Bon Jovi fan, someone that lives in San Francisco, RKKKK outpost. Should come on the Tuesday after this so Weirdo can learn the great stuff. Luke Norris is Jeremy, big fan, genuine question. If Tom Brady had skipped the White House meeting with Biden in 2021 because he didn't like him, would you also consider that bad leadership? No, because Tom Brady did skip multiple, if I'm not mistaken. I think he skipped multiple. Didn't he skip? He skipped one of the Obama and Trump, if I'm not mistaken. Not correct. But Brady skipped multiple as well. But the reason being is that Jalen Hurts has made it clear. When Jalen Hurts couldn't simply answer a fucking question from a reporter, when he couldn't even answer a question, all he had to say was, I don't want to get into the politics. He couldn't even answer the question. It was pathetic. That's where it shows me. It's like, so I took up for Jalen Hurts. I said yesterday in Sports Wars chat, I said, hey, I think Jalen just thought that the question was stupid. I think he'll be there. Guess what? He wasn't there because why? Because I guess he doesn't like Trump. And in this politically divisive time, this is a time where people are going to be defined off of that, because right now the left is winning in so many places. Obviously, Trump is the president, and there's a lot of things that are going well. But, like, look at the Shador Sanders situation right now. Just so you guys understand, let me see if I can find it. I tweeted this out yesterday. Where did it go? Right here. There's more outrage from the media over a prank phone call than when a dude got stabbed and killed. You don't hate the media enough, okay? So there was a player just recently, a white player that got prank phone called in the same way that Shedeur Sanders got prank phone called. Guess what? Media didn't say shit about it. Media didn't say shit about it. But the prank phone call for Shedeur, it was because of white supremacy, everyone. White supremacy was the reason. Now again, what is the reason that Jalen Hurts didn't show up to the White House? Along with the plethora of other players, because he wasn't the only one, by the way. I have the list right here. I had this pulled up for tonight. So there's a list of Philadelphia Eagles players that didn't show up to the White House. It's not just Jalen Hurts, by the way, right here. Boom. Among the Eagles players not at the White House today, there's a long list. So I guess they all just had prior plans. They couldn't show up, guys. That's bullshit. So I hope they pay dearly for it. I really do. So it is a time-honored tradition to go to the White House. You shouldn't be drawing a line in the sand. And I think it's bullshit. So I think, if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong in the chat, but there was 2 times Brady didn't go. I think I criticized both times that Brady didn't go. Because I didn't buy it. Just like Garth Brooks wouldn't show up for Trump, but he showed up for Obama. Imagine that. He had a scheduling conflict. That's what Garth Brooks said when President Trump wanted him. But when Barack Obama wanted him to come sing for him, guess what? Garth Brooks showed up immediately. Because Garth Brooks is a bitch. I grew up a huge Garth Brooks fan. No Fences is one of the best country albums. I loved No Fences. Rope in the Wind, his other
military invasions of our allies. Article 4.
A chance, you know.
But what's funny is the tweet right here. What's wrong? I can find any of this. I'm looking for some Canada updates. Have we heard anything on Canada? Anybody? God, AI is out of control. See what Election Wizard has to say. Conservatives flip second seat in Newfoundland. Breaking polls. Polls close in most of Canada. Do-rag Jeremy. We'll see. Pierre is still in the fight. Really? All right, let's see. Is this live?
Is a likely candidate to be a cabinet minister if Mark Carney's government is able to hold on to power. Wider look at Alberta. Conservatives are expected to dominate. This is typically a very conservative province, especially in the rural areas. But Liberals do have a chance, polls say, to win 5 to maybe 12 seats. Obviously, if it was closer to 12, that would be a huge victory for the Liberals and probably a sign of a big majority for them. We are seeing some early results as it relates to Amarjeet Sohi's race. One poll in extremely early. Sohi was down, losing to the Conservative candidate in this riding. But again, very early. This area, it was Edmonton Mill Woods. It's now Edmonton Southeast. It has been Liberal. It has been Conservative. Sohi has both lost that riding and won that riding before. So it's expected to be very close again tonight. polls had Sohi up about 2% or so.
Yo, you there?
We're at his watch party here.
Yeah.
Polls have
Look at the
closed
guy's
in Alberta,
face on
so
my
just a
stream to
few
the left,
people
the
have
guy
filtered in
just
here to
standing
this
there.
party so far.
Can you see that?
But this will be a riding to watch,
The
obviously.
guy with the shades.
Alberta doesn't typically get a lot of Liberal seats. If it is
Yeah,
a Liberal
that looks
government,
weird.
they will need some cabinet ministers, and Amarjeet Sohi is likely to be a very
I
strong
guess with
candidate.
these games, they
should
don't
he be
really put much effort into the
Good point. All right. Thank you very much for joining us. and We'll check
NPCs
in
or
with you
whatever.
shortly. And we are going to head back to Windsor now, where we find our Melissa Nakavali. And Melissa, where you are has been a strong NDP riding with lots of issues on hand, especially the trade war with the U.S. And is this riding fighting to stay orange? Is there hope for this riding, or are the Liberals or Conservatives taking?
Yeah, I see that down here on the bottom, it's got Pierre at 76. It's got Mark Carney at 101. So I don't understand how Canada's election system works at all. I have no idea, so I'm not going to pretend to know that, but I just wanted to check in and kind of see what was going on. I'm looking up some of the election places that I follow on Twitter and see what they're having to say. Let's see here. Exciting stuff? Yeah. Not really. Not really. Okay. In the end, Canada is severely Trump derangement syndrome. Infested nation, and their prime minister will try to be a tough guy with Trump until it's no longer a pressing issue for them. I agree with that. I don't think it's going to end well for Canada, but I think that they're probably going to try to talk tough for a while and try to act like they have nothing. They have absolutely nothing. I think right now, the best thing that Canada's had recently is that Trump hasn't really focused on them. Once he focuses on them, it's over. So I guess we'll just have to see how that all plays out. So, let me go to my bookmarks really quick. Canada got Kamala. I don't know where this came from, but the White House says that even Supreme Court justices may be arrested if they harbor illegal aliens. I don't know where that comment came from, but I think that the irony of like putting Amy Coney Barrett in that picture is pretty on point. So I don't know where that comment came from, but I would like to know where the source of it is. But I will fully support that. No one is above the law. This is what the left told us for a long time. No one is above the law. I think we're finding, and listen, I know this Terrence Howard guy. Apparently he went on Joe Rogan and made a fool of himself. I don't know. But I think I figured out why Hollywood doesn't like him. So Terrence Howard is an actor. He actually was like a really rising star in Hollywood. But he said this, and this is why I don't think that they like him in Hollywood. Terrence Howard said he turned down the starring role in a Marvin Gaye biopic because he didn't want to kiss a man. That would fuck me. I would cut my lips off if I kissed some man. I would cut my lips off. Let's go. That's standing on business right there, okay? What's up, Danky? So I guess the guy's kind of crazy. At least he's being perceived as crazy. That's what I know. And Hollywood does a good job of perceiving people that they don't like as crazy. They've done a very, very good job of that over the years. And I mean, I don't know if you remember, was it Dave Chappelle all those years ago? Talked about that on Inside the Actor Studio. It was right here, I think. Yeah, right here. It was Dave Chappelle said this, which is one of the most on-point things Dave Chappelle has ever said.
When Martin Lawrence was in that chair, we talked about these streets. I loved it.
he played a role in your life, I believe. How do you feel about him as a person?
Martin Lawrence is the guy that showed everybody you can make it from D.C. to Hollywood. And I had a personal stake in his success. Every time he did something, it made me feel inspired and really good. And he was always real nice to me. He'd sit me down, what's going on with you, baby boy? What? And talk about comedy, whatever. And, you know, when we did Blue Street, we were promoting it, and Martin had a stroke. He almost died. And then after that, I saw him. I was like, oh my God, Martin, are you okay? And he said, I got the best sleep I ever got in my life. So let me ask you this. What is happening in Hollywood that a guy that tough will be on the street waving a gun, screaming, they are trying to kill him? What's going on? Why is Dave Chappelle going after him? Why does Mariah Carey make a $100 million deal and take clothes off on TRL? If a weak person cannot get to sit here and talk, ain't no weak people talking to you. So what is happening in Hollywood? Nobody knows. The worst thing to call somebody is crazy is dismissive. I don't understand this person, so they're crazy. That's bullshit. People are not crazy. They're strong people. Maybe the environment is a little sick.
That's why they hate Dave Chappelle right there, for calling it out. For calling it out. I love that clip from Chappelle. I love that clip. So again, I don't know. Maybe this guy, what the fuck, Terrence Howard, maybe this guy's crazy. Maybe he is. I don't know. Somebody asked a question. Does he think that it's gay because Marvin's last name is gay? It's pretty funny. He just heard the name Marvin Gaye. He like, keep me away from that gay shit. Honestly, I would respect it if that was his stance. I would be like, hey, I respect it. Fantastic, Mr. Knox says that's where Apu went to after going from The Simpsons. Sophie says, someone told me you're butchering a Malay's name in the Spanish language. Jeremy, say afuewa. Afuewa. There. Is that good? Yeah. Look, man, I'm from America, okay? We speak American words here, okay? The President of the United States just signed an executive order, okay? Darth Gavel says 51st state. Neil Knight says Terrence Howard's father stabbed and murdered a guy on a line they were on to see Santa Claus. In a line they were supposed to see Santa Claus in a store when he was 5 years old. Screwed him up. Really? Holy crap. That's crazy. Yeah, I heard his Joe Rogan appearance was wild. He said some wild stuff, and it went viral. I never really watched it. I don't really like. I'll watch Joe Rogan when there's certain things, you know, like if there's a certain guest on there, but not really. Look at this. Hang on. Yeah. So this was tweeted just a few minutes ago. This is, again, these are just the odds. 90% of odds being elected as Canadian Prime Minister from Mark Carney. So it ain't looking good. It ain't looking good. Let's see. Oh no. Oh no. Terrence Williams. Terrence Williams.
My decision to skip the inauguration, you know, what people don't realize, or my decision to make choices at the beginning of this year that suited me were met with such ridicule and criticism. Like, people couldn't believe that I was saying no for any other reason, that they had to assume that my marriage was falling apart.
Right.
You know, it's like, while I'm here really trying to own my life and intentionally practice making the choice that was right for me, and it took everything in my power to not.
So far.
by the way, with what I'm saying, okay, I'm not one of these, you know, self-proclaimed Christians that are like, don't get involved in politics, and don't speak out against the culture, and, you know, we're gonna be persecuted, so you just, like, let it happen, right? Let it happen. Obviously, there will, okay? Obviously, there will inevitably be levels of persecution that go beyond our control, to the point of martyrdom. Okay? And when you get into those situations, there will be situations where you end up into positions of persecution where it is completely out of your control. And you commit your entire life and your faith in the hands of God. And if you go down in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ to be a persecution, well, if you take a look at the writings of the Apostle Peter, and if you're being persecuted in this way, the Spirit of God is on you. This is a blessing to be persecuted on behalf of the Lord Jesus Christ, because of the Lord Jesus Christ. And so fundamentally, you know, I don't want people to get it twisted. I don't want people to get the wrong interpretation from my vantage point of things. I am a born-again Christian. I believe that the Bible is the eternal, only written word of God, Old and New Testament. The scriptures are inspired by the Holy Spirit. Okay? Godly men are moved, inspired, writings, prophets. Anything outside of that, in my opinion, is a doctrine of demons meant to lead the world astray. You see this through the Talmud. You see this through the Quran. You see this through the Judaizers that try to take the law, the Old Testament law, that is not wrong. That is not evil. Okay? Jesus did not come to abolish the law. He came to fulfill it on our behalf. But the law is not evil. The law is not wrong. It's just impossible for mankind to fulfill that law to attain perfect righteousness, which is God's righteousness, to attain eternal life. And so this is what fundamentally separates Christianity from the rest of the world, because Christian doctrine for the forgiveness of sins and eternal salvation and life and access to God comes through the man. There's one man, one God between God and man, right? And that is the man, Christ Jesus. One mediator, right? And I'm paraphrasing the Bible, right? One mediator. He's the only mediator. God in human flesh. And through his perfect life, birth, his life, his betrayal, crucifixion, death, burial, resurrection, right? It's only by Christ alone, through faith alone, by grace alone, to the glory of God Almighty, Christ Jesus alone, do we have our salvation. So, just so I can lay down, you know, my view and who that is, right? And I suspect it'll be anybody that criticizes you or pushes back on you for making such a generalization and a sweep. And when he says it has nothing to do with Islam, it has nothing to do with Judaism, or it has nothing to do with Christianity, it has everything to do with Christianity. Because when the conversation is reversed, right? Because when we're talking about a different group of people, right? Oh, not all Jews are like that. You can't use a sweeping generalization like that. Interchange it. oh, not all Muslims are like that. They're not all trying to blow up buildings and blow up people. Not all. You can't just generalize Muslims like that. You can't use a sweeping generalization. That's not fair. Oh, but when it comes to us, when it comes to Christians, right? You're allowed to make a sweeping generalization. Well, no, I'm not. You probably start crying. You're clearly making a sweeping generalization based off of the comments that you made on several different podcasts on Sean Hannity. Because who the hell are the ones that get to dictate the literal intentions of human beings? Psycho? You don't get to dictate, Jordan. You are the psychopath. Psychopaths want to control and dictate reality, okay? They believe in their own minds that they're like the creator of Tron, okay? The Tron universe. They believe they're the creator, the architect of the Matrix. And they get to dictate all of their programs inside, who they are, all of their NPCs, what they believe, how they talk. So who the hell are you to dictate my intentions? You get to just put that label on me because I say Christ is king. All of a sudden, I'm some kind of anti-Semitic psychopath that has an intention using the Lord's name in vain because I'm declaring an eternal truth that trumps all of the false fakes of the entire world forever? Every knee shall bow. Every tongue shall confess that Christ Jesus is Lord to the glory of God the Father. That will happen, whether you like it or not. Why? Because Christ is King. It's insane, dude. Like, it's literally like a what? And this is why I take such issue with people. And by the way, this is the same guy that like cries on interviews hysterically for like 5 minutes. It's really weird. I don't know if this dude's got like an overload of estrogen. I don't know if he's been blackmailed, severely compromised. Every time this guy's like talking like this, it looks like there's someone in the room just pointing a gun at him. It's weird. Like this guy is just like gone, completely gone. They're trying to call us psychopaths, call us the crazy. While walking around attempting to dictate everybody's intentions. That's not free speech. That's not free speech at all. That's closer to authoritarianism, if you ask me. That's the opposite of free thought, free speech. It's completely attempting to just write off an entire group of people. You know, like it's wild to me. And when it comes to this dude, it's just, to me, I hear this guy, he's just like speaks word salads. Just talks and talks. It reminds me of the Bible. Professing to be wise, they became fools. This guy thinks he's a genius, and he's not saying anything.
Our financial concerns cause...
This should be fun. Ian, of course, is here.
Hello, welcome back, everyone. Good to be here. Let's just roll.
Hello, everybody. My name is Phil Labonte. I'm the lead singer of the heavy metal band All That Remains. I'm an anti-communist and counter-revolutionary.
Area of the courthouse. These events were so unusual for two reasons. First, the courtroom deputy had previously heard Judge Dugan direct people not to sit in the jury box because it was exclusively for the jury's use. Second, according to the courtroom deputy, only deputies, juries, court staff, and in-custody defendants being escorted by deputies used the back jury door. The judge adjourned the criminal case against the illegal who was charged with 3 counts of domestic abuse, and where the victim was present, state's attorney only discovered later when case was not called. Agents then observed illegal and his attorney trying to leave the courthouse back through the back way, and it took some 22 minutes for them to catch him following a foot chase. Can you believe this?
Yes.
Yeah, bro.
I can actually.
And so, I believe we have an image right here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's. I would like to zoom in and get this nice and big for you. That is the arrest of the judge, and it looks like she's not wearing her judge's robe, is she? That's like a hoodie or something.
No, I think that's it.
Are you sure they have hoods on them?
Maybe.
I don't know, man. But they got her. Lock them up.
This is great news that there are actually repercussions for these kind of behavior. This is something that we talked about. It was in regard to Congress people talking to immigrants or illegal immigrants, saying you don't have to talk to police. AOC we discussed, Ilhan Omar we discussed. Aiding and abetting. This is a clear violation, and it's great that she's been arrested.
I am tempted to just put on some 80s music and sit here bobbing my head to it the whole time with various news articles saying judge arrested over and over and over again.
Let's do Simple Minds, Don't You Forget About Me.
That's right.
That's a good one to start.
Well, so Grabian, Tom Elliott, he had this great post where he compiled all of the statements from Democrats and media personalities saying no one's above the law over and over and over again. And so, as a matter of happenstance, we were singing that song by, was it B.J. Thompson or whatever his name is? Thomas? I don't know. The Raindrops Are Falling on Your Head.
Raindrops keep falling.
Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid.
Is that what it's from? And so, we were playing that while I was listening to this video. And so I just figured I had to go into Premiere and edit them together.
The idea that no person is above the law is a bedrock principle of American justice.
No man is above the law, no matter what the crime.
And I agree with you. No man is above the law. No person is above the law.
No one is above the law.
No one is above the law.
No one's above the law. No one is above the law.
No man is above the law.
All right, that's enough of that. But you get the point. It's a Good Friday. I figure we'll party afterwards, and it's only just begun. Hopefully, it beguns a lot more after this, and we get a lot more.
I think technically it wasn't last Friday Good Friday. It's just an even better Friday.
Yep. This is Gooder Friday.
I would argue that many Christians would not consider today to be Gooder Friday, but a secondary compared to Good Friday, that's probably way better than today.
Second best Friday.
Second best Friday.
I think I know I'm biased. We're all sort of biased in our living bubbles, but it's just at its face, like these people abetting illegal immigration is horrific for the future of the country. It can't be tolerated.
Not just that, he was accused of fairly
mercilessly
serious crime.
beating a woman.
Well, what really gets me about this is Amy Klobuchar had posted, she's like, this is not normal. Like, just these alarming, these pearl-clutching posts that are coming out from congressmen, and it's all repeating.
She's right, though. Amy Klobuchar's right.
That it's not normal to arrest judges.
No, it's not normal for judges to aid and abet illegal immigrants and let them get away.
Yes, so she just has the audacity to really gaslight people who have been paying attention on this, and she said this undermines checks and balances. It's like, no, the only checks and balances being undermined is the judicial branch to Congress. This is undermining their laws. This is undermining the naturalization process, undermining the supremacy clause.
You know, there's another song that comes to mind. It's the one where it's like, I don't care, I love it. You know that song? I don't care.
Yeah.
I love it. Like, the Democrats can whinge all they want, and I'm just going to say, I don't care, I love it.
So I think, Josie, what you're saying is this judge was violating due process.
Yes.
Clearly. Well,
Yes.
violating law.
But that's the thing. It's like accuse your enemy of that which you are guilty. And so that's what they do. And as soon as they do that, it all makes sense of what's actually happening. So judges, supreme and inferior, according to Article 3, they have the right to serve in times of good behavior. Aiding and abetting and harboring fugitives is not good behavior. That's bad behavior.
Lock them up.
Are they considered fugitives, technically?
Yes.
Illegal immigrants?
Yeah.
When this person was a fugitive, they were wanted for arrest. The court proceeding was adjourned, and they escaped out the back of the building.
Are illegal people here illegally technically fugitives, or is it only if you try and get them and they run away?
They're fugitives.
Yes.
And this guy had an order for expedited removal. They do not have trials for this. The media is gaslighting the public into thinking there's a criminal trial for every illegal immigrant.
Did you know that Barack Obama, 75% of his deportations didn't have any due process?
Is that because none was needed?
I got to stop you there. That's wrong.
That was from the ACLU.
They are lying.
Oh, I guess that's fair. The ACLU does lie.
Indeed.
Yes.
Due process does not mean a criminal trial.
Well, that's what I mean. Dude, they didn't deserve a criminal trial, so they didn't get one. Therefore, due process was followed, even though there was no process. Well, the process was just get out.
See, this is the gaslighting, and I got to stop you. This is the gaslighting. They say they were deported with, like under Obama, none of these guys got due process. That's incorrect. What process are you due? Okay, as an illegal immigrant, you get reviewed by law enforcement. They check your IDs. They can check the IDs and detain any American citizen at any point. If there's reasonable suspicion, which is incredibly easy to get, an officer can stop you and ask you questions. They can ask for your ID. You don't have to give it to them. You can say, am I being detained? And you can go. But if they have reasonable suspicion that you're an illegal immigrant, they can escalate a little bit. Often what happens is they find out the individual is not a citizen, or suspicion grows to probable cause, and then they say, okay, expedite removal. That is the process that you are due as an illegal immigrant. So what's happening now is Democrats are trying to create the idea in the minds of Americans that due process means flatly 100%